Okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata, the wedding for game.
Okay.
I'm looking for you. And then you get out. Mamma said, I want to go. I got no one to Lumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́ àkọ́bí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkó bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú Odògbólùkẹrẹ Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣọ. Anamana,
dịrị ndị mmanwụ egwu mmanwụ ego para chụbajọ dịrị chukwu mma dukwu chụbajọ dịrị ndị mmụọ obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
It is a free one. Be free.
ayandaba
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru m ụgwọ ya baby mo abe
How are you feeling?
ayandaba
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
And there, and there it is right there. Berinko, Eyendeba. So Eyendeba. So good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So there it is. Good to see you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Always a delight, never a chore. It's never a task to be in the company as eminent and as elegant as all of you. So good to be in your company. So now the usual protocol, click, we say this every day. Hopefully a lot of people do it routinely, but some people don't do it at all. When I'm saying this to you, especially you not somebody, no, you Biko. I'm saying this directly to you. So when I'm saying this, it's not to the generality of the listener, it's to you pointedly. So I'm saying to you pointedly to click on the like button for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. That is what makes us flash up within the YouTube space and expands our conversation. So click on that like button. So that's compulsory. You must do that. So click on that like button. And if you're not already subscribed, correct that as well. That if the subscription button, I always say, if it's showing red on your screen, if the subscription button is showing as red on your screen, then you have not yet fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness by turning that red subscription button to gray. So now that's a one-off, that's a once-in-a-lifetime click. So as soon as you click on that red subscribe button and turn it to gray, you never have to do that again. But you every day and every time you come across a streaming from this platform or an interaction with this platform, you must always click on the like button. So click on like and subscribe. So that's what all of that was about. And then this hyperlink right there, I'm sending it again so it's immediate to hand and it's within its easy reach. So that hyperlink right there, that is the first line in the comment section on whichever platform you're listening from. That hyperlink is your invitation to come and join me in the studio. So if you clicked on that hyperlink, up it pops you into a waiting room. And as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and a conversation ensues. There is nothing complex. It is not mathematics. It is not anything that will task your brain.
It's a simple click of a button, and then as soon as I finish fleshing out what the conversational points are, I'll let you onto the screen and invite your thoughts. Nothing at all that even looks like a complication there. And then finally, the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen, you can see that Alexander Gomez has already made use of it, and it's showing on your screen, welcoming everybody to the streaming. So he clicked on that dollar sign to put up that notice. So everybody follow suit and empty the contents of your wallet into mine. So that's how that works. Olatubosun, who has been doing that with some frequency, he does that as well. So everybody join Bosun and Alexander Gomez in that space. So all that. So I've done all that. Click on like. If you're not already subscribed, do that. If you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let's get straight into the conversation. So now, So now the malaise that afflicts the Nigerian firmament. Let me put it that way. The malaise that afflicts the Nigerian firmament the most is bad governance. So that is the number one most paramount thing that we are contending with as a nation. So the malaise that afflicts the Nigerian firmament, the country called Nigeria, the malaise, the affliction, the stymie what stymies the development of Nigeria as a country the most, over and above anything you can think of, is bad governance. And then embedded within that catch-all phrase is a slew of other just misadministration, maladministration, corruption, cack-handedness, incompetence, all of that. But all of that can be summed up and boiled down into one singularity, and that singularity is bad governance. So why am I starting with that? I'm starting with that because of developments in Lagos State. So we're contrasting what we're used to as tradition, which is bad governance, with what sometimes flashes up as a ray of hope, which is good governance, the semblance of. We can't even say it's the totality of, but it flashes up in the ethers as a ray of hope. Instances of good governance. So all of that rather long-winded, whatever it is that I just said, is to land you at this point. So we're going to Lagos State now. So now what we are finding, because comments, it is not really difficult situations, but really how you manage it that defines you. There's nobody that goes through life that doesn't come across some form of difficulty. But it is not the difficult situation. In fact, you should invite some sort of difficulty to test your mettle and then to firm you up as a being. So it is not difficult situations, but how you manage it that defines you. So Sanwo-Olu are slowly being defined, but how is it being defined? So let me just go straight to it. Incredible gratitude fills the heart of Lagosians as they extend their sincerest appreciation to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his decision to introduce a 25% discount on food items. This initiative has not only lightened the burdens of many households, but it has also reaffirmed their faith in the government's commitment to improving their quality of, let me do that entirely all over again. Incredible gratitude fills the heart of Lagosians as they extend their sincerest appreciation to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his decision to introduce a 25% discount on food items. This initiative has not only lightened the burdens of many households, but it has also reaffirmed their faith in government's commitment to improving their quality of life. The people of Lagos, however, humbly appeal to Lagos State government for the construction of more micro-produce hubs so that discounted sales program reaches every corner of the state. So what are we talking about? We're actually talking about this. So we've come across this initiative before. This is essentially, so Nigeria is in a position at the moment that for the first time, we're really contending with what purports to be food shortage, but really it's a food affordability, because we've had that debate severally and we've concluded that there is no food shortage in Nigeria, but it is affordability. So that problem has been taken on centrally by the Lagos State space, and this is the solution that they're presenting to it. So watch this.
People always want to come back, buying food items and then getting some certain amount back for buying from the market. So I think it's an awesome experience, and the prices too are really good.
The aspect is trying. At least with what I've seen here, I'll be coming here to shop. At least they are relieving people from a lot of stress of going to this price. That is good. That's Saolu is trying. It's just once a week, but I mean, the market you can see. Everywhere is filled up, and some of the things are even finished. Aside that, a lot of prices are actually good. They are on point. Because before I came down here, I priced the watermelon, which was priced for 3,000 pounds. I came here and I got it for 1,005.
Okay, so there you heard that lady right there. So she had priced watermelon outside of that. So before we even get to what that lady said, what Sanwo-Olu is actually doing in Lagos State is that he's creating all these, they call it micro, but I will call it mega, because of the size of it, is creating all of these mega food hubs all over the geo mappings of Lagos, the local government areas of Lagos. So he's creating all these food hubs, which are government-led. So a big warehouse style space with rows and aisles of different items of food, which is being sold at competitive and in often instances discounted prices. So directly to what really is the pain point of the people. He's going directly to where the pain point is of the people to address that. So now it's going directly to the pain point of the people to address that. And I posted with that woman, that Muslim woman, who just told you now that outside of that food hub, the price of watermelon is 3,500 and she bought it for 1,500. But let's listen on with to other testimonial accounts of the experiences people had at this initiative and this is not a one-off, by the way. I think there are about 3 to 5 of these already opened strategically all over Lagos State, and more to come.
If I can get my super yams of 1,715, it's awesome compared to what we have in the market price. So I want to urge Lagos State to take it bigger. This place cannot contain us, especially now that when we have festive period coming up, and the Christmas or Ramadan, there's this to expand. And we'll be happy to come again. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. The prices are awesome.
I think it's really commendable. That's what I want to say. I want to say thank you to them, but I also want to say we need more of this kind of initiatives.
Wow.
The first Saturday, yes. And I had the opportunity of enjoying the 25% discount last week, and even today we bought the vouchers for pepper and tomatoes, and then for yam, chicken and guinea fowl we've enjoyed.
The prices have been worth it. For example, I'm getting 2 crates of eggs for 5,000.
All right, I have watched this before, so I want you to pay attention. I'm going to scroll it back just for 20 seconds. I want you to pay attention to this particular young lady. So she's going to tell you the item that she bought. She's going to tell you how much she paid for it. But I want you to listen to her words, but I want you to especially pay attention to the expression on her face. The incredulousness of it, just how cheap she found the pricing. So listen to her words, but pay more attention to her face and see if you can see what I picked up, because it was just so, it just flashed up so profoundly, the incredulousness of the experience that she had. So listen to this watch lady and more so watch her body language.
For example, I'm getting 2 crates of eggs for 5,100. I don't think we get a better deal than that in Lagos. So yes, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm happy. I don't regret coming here.
Well, everything was okay. The discount is strong. Lagos State, thank you so much.
I'm the old ship. But the discount is so good. Yeah, I did shop a lot and I'm still shopping. Like A1 when compared to other markets. Definitely.
Let's say that for this environment.
All right. I told you I had watched it before. Yes, I told you I had watched it before. And listen to this guy again, like that young lady. Listen to him, and more so what his body language, and just listen to his speech pattern, his body language, and tell me if I'm being a bit unkind when I thought I spotted a bit of Bobrisky about this guy. So there's a bit of Bobrisky about this one, but see if you can spot the Bobriskiness with this particular fella.
I'm still shopping. Like A1 when compared to other markets. Definitely.
Let's say that for this environment, it's perfect for me. So yeah, and then the price also they are not so bad compared to what we see outside. Yeah.
So that especially struck me, and I thought to bring it to you. What is being templated in Lagos State is the future of food shopping, certainly in Lagos State, and you will see it very, very quickly repeat in places like Abuja, and all the major cities will then follow suit. So you have all these very organized, very sanitized, mega shopping hubs that dictate the prices. So if they are selling watermelon, for instance, for 3,400 there in the open market, and they're selling it for 1,005 here, you will say it's a government discounted space. But that 1,500 that they're selling it for in this food hub that Sanwo-Olu created puts pressure on the 3,400 that they're selling it for out in the open market. So the consumer then can take that price check to go and pressure the open market and query why that is so. So this is a comet the hour, comet the man sort of a situation. So it is not so much a difficult situations, but how you handle it. Do you think Peter, we could have covered anyway? Let's leave that guy alone for the moment. Okay, so that's that. So let's move on from that to this. So now, there's this phrase, anywhere belle face, which we use a lot in Nigeria. And you sometimes, because we use a lot of these peppy little short talks to communicate, and sometimes you pretend you understand, but often instances you may not. So when they say anywhere belle face, some of us might pretend to understand, most of you probably don't. So anywhere belle face is really, you go with whatever profits you the most. So have that as a backdrop as I present this next piece. Anywhere belle face, have that as a backdrop as I present this next piece. This is the narrative of somebody. This is Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe. So this is Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe, and here she is right here. This is our Instagram. This is our Twitter handle, Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe. So this is what she has to say. It says, it was a landslide victory for Labour Party at my polling unit, Lekki polling unit, 24-8, whatever it is that she's, I think those are the scores that she's written there. So she goes on, PDP, PRP 1, Accord 1, ZLP 1, PDP 1, APC 29, Labour Party 361, voided ballots 12. So this is it, a landslide victory. She gives the thumbs up, and here she is right here. So there she is giving the thumbs up, and there she is again. Now we wait for the count, and here she is. So all right. So there she is right there. So that is Dr. So that is Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe. So hold on to that name because you'll be hearing a lot about that name in days and months to come. So it was a landslide victory for Labour Party at my polling unit, Lekki polling unit 24. So there she is right there. So hold on to that, and then we come on to this. Tinubu replaces Kalu Eke with Ruby Onwudiwe as Southeast nominee for Central Bank board. So anywhere Bele face, President Bola Tinubu has asked the Senate to confirm the appointment of Ruby Onwudiwe as a member of the board of directors of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN. Tinubu's request was contained in a letter addressed to the Senate President Godswill Akpabio and read at plenary Wednesday in Abuja. In a letter, according to News Agency of Nigeria, the presidency said the request for confirmation was in compliance with provision. So essentially, so here she is right here. So anywhere Bele face, the rank hypocrisy of it all. But then, of course, nobody should really throw rocks at this lady, or nobody should throw rocks at this lady. Did we not, as recent as just a couple of days ago, see Yusufu Dati, the Mauritanian guy? Did we not see him on his knees doing rankadede to Tinubu? So anywhere Bele face, and that is the nature of Nigerian politics. Anywhere Bele face, alleged 4 billion naira fraud. How Obi'S laundered Anambra security votes by EFCC. So here he is right there. This is just the narrative of Anambra State. Come and steal your own and go. Mbanoju, Obi'S, who's that one? Ngige, all of them. Come and look. Obi, of course. Pandora Papers and all of that. Fake bureaus and Fidelity. But so come and do your own and go. Anambra narrative. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has given details of how immediate past Anambra Governor Willie Obi'S allegedly laundered about 4 billion naira from the security votes using state officials. The EFCC said it was about to conclude its full investigation of Obi'S' tenure from 2014 to 2022 outside his disbursement of state security votes. The anti-graft agency said these in its counter affidavit to a motion by Obi'S questioning the competence of a money laundering charge filed against him by EFCC before the Federal High Court in Abuja. So there it is. Everything changes but remains the same. The only thing that ever really changes within Nigeria is the administrator, the style of administration. Loot your own and go. So loot your own and go. Plenty of spaces in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump on. If you want the conversation to, it is a participatory sport. This live streaming thing, it is a participatory sport. It's not a radio broadcast. You do understand? It is it's an interactive session. Do you understand what that means? To interact? Yes, that means to make yourself present and make yourself vocal. So that's what that means. So I am just a doorman on this platform. I just come and open the door, and it is whoever turns up that creates the conversation. We're especially looking for new voices, so you can establish your voice and be one of the personalities on the platform. So let's go on to the endless looting that's the Nigerian space. 500 million naira largesse. I received 266. Senator confesses. So this is I was actually going to bring you the clip, but it was quite long. It was an interaction with Arise TV. Senate, and this guy is one of my favorite senators, by the way. I just like his mannerism, and I like his use of language as well. There's nothing that seduces me more than somebody that has an elegant grasp of language, and nobody has better grasp of language than Senator Abaribe. But outside of that, he's a crook. Outside of that, he's a crook. I'm just trying to see if I can find that clip one. And then 2, see if I really want to bring it to you. So let me find it first. Yes, I found it, but do I want to bring it? It's 32 minutes long. All right. All right. Let me just do the readout instead. Actually, I'm going to let the clip play in the background, and I'll just do the readout. I think that optics works better. So optically, so I'll mute it. I'll share it on the screen. Let's escape that. So I'll share it, and then I'll mute it, and then I'll do the readout. So it's set as the background, just for the optics. So let's do that. So let's do that. Yes. Oh no, that's the Willoughby one. So yes. 500 million naira largesse. I received 266 million. Senator confesses. Senator representing Abia State. Eyinaya Harcourt. Did you know his middle name was Harcourt? Eyinaya Harcourt, and that Harcourt, by the way, is the Harcourt in Port Harcourt. So that's his quite a funky name, actually. Senator representing Abia South, Eyinaya Harcourt Abaribe, has said, contrary to the claims that some ranking senators received 500 million naira from the 2024 budget, he had only received 266 million naira. A federal lawmaker representing Cross River North, Senator Jarigbe, Ogom Jarigbe, had during plenary on Tuesday said that some senior senators had received 500 billion naira each from the 2024 budget. The revelation came on the heels of an ongoing controversy over an allegation of budget padding made by Senator Abdul Ningi in a BBC interview. Ningi had earlier accused the Senate, so reacting to development, Ningi had earlier accused the Senate of padding the 2024 budget, saying the National Assembly added an extra 3.7 billion naira to the initial budget. Reacting to the development during a chat with Arise TV, Senator Abaribe said Ningi knew it was a mistake, claiming what he could not prove because he was not a new member to the Senate. Abaribe added that despite him himself being a senior senator, he had not received the. You see, this 500 million. I wish I could play this. Maybe I should play it because Abaribe actually broke it down quite succinctly. So the 500 million one. It's meant for constituency projects, not a largesse to the senators. That's one. And then what Abaribe went on to explain to us was that the bigger your state, the determinant, that's the determinant factor as to how much you get. So there are 10 billion naira each allocated to the 6 geopolitical spaces within Nigeria. He explained it, and I suspect in the course of conversations, we might have to play it at some point. But he explained it. There are $10 billion, not 10 billion as a totality, but $10 billion, 10 billion naira each are allocated to the 6 geopolitical zones. So each geopolitical zone, so everybody be like Ayo, and do the super chatting. So we want to see the comment section light up in multicolors of our super charts. So now 10 billion naira is given to each geopolitical zone. So 10 billion naira given to each geopolitical zones. And then depending on the breakdown of a geopolitical zones, that then determines how much comes to your constituency. So and then the ranking senator or a member of a committee or a head or something might get more. But essentially, that's how it works. So $10 billion to each. So that makes $60 billion, $10 billion, 10 billion naira each. I don't know why I keep saying dollars, to each geopolitical zone. So that's the breakdown of it. It's a convoluted and a complex system, and those monies, they are not gifted to the account or to the supervision of the senator. No, they are apportioned to his constituency, and then he has oversight as to the projects that those monies carry out. That is somewhat that's an interpretation of how Abaribe explained it. But we can play the clip in the course of, if you'd like to hear the clip in the course of. So if you want to hear the clips in the course of, we'll play it in the course of. Let's go on to this one. Most kidnappings in FCT are stage managed. So I have to say that I align myself with this sentiment by this is being put forward by Yemse Wike, by the way. I have to say that I align myself with this sentiment being expressed by Yemse Wike, and I only do that off the back of the most recent kidnapping. So with the most recent kidnapping now, we hear the figures, but we're so alarmed by the incident, we don't sometimes look at the logistics. So what they told us was that a bunch of bandits went to a school and kidnapped well in excess of 300 people, mostly children. So we're so alarmed, and then very quickly we start to rage and rile against the government, and we don't pause for a moment to reflect on what is actually being told us. So think of the logistics of that. Think of the logistics of that. How possible is it for kidnappers to how many vehicles would they need to cut away 300 in excess of? How many personnel would the kidnappers need? Because to herd, HERD, to herd 600 plus 300 plus people, you need a good complement of personnel. So how many kidnappers came in, and what were the logistics? How were they able to cut those people away? Did they walk them through the forest? And how do you walk? You see, the logistics don't work out when you start to reflect on some of these things that we're being told. And I think that is the space that Yemse Wike is in. Most kidnappings in FCT are stage managed. This is Yemse Wike. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemse Wike, has said that most incidents of kidnapping in the nation's capital were stage managed by people. Wike stated this during a chat with journalists after a closed-door meeting with the Senate, alongside the FCT Commissioner of Police, Bennett Igwe. Let's do that entirely all over again. Right, let's do that entirely all over again. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Yemse Wike, has said that most incidents of kidnapping in the nation's capital were stage managed by people. Wike stated this during a chat with journalists after a closed-door meeting with the Senate, alongside the FCT Commissioner of Police, Bennett Igwe, on Wednesday on insecurity in the capital city. According to the minister, kidnapping has reduced in the FCT following the arrest of the two most wanted notorious kidnappers. Most of the kidnappers here most of the kidnappings here are sometimes stage managed by people. There are some internal arrangements. Mind you, the most wanted notorious kidnappers, we have gotten them. And that is why you see the level of kidnapping has reduced. The Commissioner of Police said it corroborated Wike was what they were meant to say, but they wrote it badly. The Commissioner of Police, give me 1 microsecond. Let me play you a little bit of music. I just need to attend. Give me a literal minute. Give me a literal minute. Let me play you this Hausa rap, and by the time it's done, I should be back.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait, and no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain, and nobody leave. Keep the old plans. Hey, we don't better Omingarti. Min gari zude kari party. Ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti. Yo goto fone ɓorni boke as a party. And we non better o min garti. Min gari zude kari party. Ko ɗo min mawni ɗo min darti. Yo goto fone ɓorni boke as a party. Ay, cuwa gam ne weli focus souvenir film. Hanki wana hande hanki jamma mbale sim. Min nyalla fije nange jamma lengi mbada tin. On saha kuran ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifti nammo ala chifti ala ind. Idi now wilde iwi.
So there it is right there. So thank you to my Aboki brother for holding the fort. Shifty, Nama, shifty, whatever it is he just said. But Yemsen Wike, yes, right. The Minister of the Federal Capital Authority, FCT, Yemsen Wike, has said that most incidents of kidnapping in the nation's capital were stage managed by people. Wike stated this during a chat with journalists after a closed-door meeting with the Senate, alongside the FCT Commissioner of Police, Bennett Igwe, on Wednesday on insecurity in the capital city. According to the minister, kidnapping has reduced in the FCT following the arrest of the two most wanted notorious kidnappers. Most of the kidnappings here are sometimes stage managed by people. So yes. Okay, yeah, it's not that long. Let me just give you all of it. Yes, most of the kidnappings here are sometimes stage managed by people. There are some internal arrangements. Mind you, the two most wanted notorious kidnappers, we have gotten them, and that is why you see the level of kidnapping has reduced. Wike said the commissioner of police corroborated Wike, saying that there has not been any kidnapping in the FCT for 1 month, as the security operatives has dominated the forest. For 1 month, there has not been kidnapping in FCT. We have used intelligence and we have decided to dominate the forest because the FCT is bounded by states that are crime prone, CP Igwe said. So there it is. A lot of those kidnappings, I concur with just what I'll say. So a lot of those kidnappings, a lot of them stage managed because sometimes the logistics just don't bear out the narrative. So this one now they are putting this now because this is being reported. This next piece, by the way, is what I'm talking about. This one is being reported as evidence of flip-flopping by the Tinubu administration. So, that language of flip-flopping is not really one that can have too much tenor, because government, I can pause this streaming and bring you 50 incidents of UK politics adopting a position and reversing it, all within this year. Adopting a high-profile position, getting a citizen pushback, and cancelling it, repelling it, rewarding it, watering it down. I can bring you 50, and I'm pretty sure the people in America, they can bring you 150. So that's the dynamism of governance. It's not all policies that follows through, but what is good governance is to identify that maybe in principle, this policy it works, but in practice, maybe the timing, maybe the structuring. So we have to let government have maneuverability as to how they manage those spaces. Otherwise, because I saw it on places like Rufai Osene, etc., already describing it as flip-flopping. This headline is what I'm talking about. Nigeria opens land-air borders with Niger Republic. So this will be meat and drink for the opposition spaces. President Bola Tinubu has directed the opening of Nigeria's land and air borders with the Republic of Niger. He also directed the lifting of other sanctions against the country with immediate effect. President Tinubu has also approved the lifting of financial and economic sanctions against the Republic of Guinea. Reads a statement signed by Special Ajuri Ngalali, whatever his name is. The statement titled, Nigeria opens land and air borders with Republic of Niger, lifts other sanctions. Tinubu's directive comes just days after the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government lifted economic and travel sanctions on Niger, Mali, and Guinea at its extraordinary summit February 24th, 2024 in Abuja. ECOWAS leaders had agreed to lift economic sanctions, etc., etc. So this is so that's the dynamism. The sanctions served the purpose at the time, but then they are no longer suited for purpose. So onto this, reps summoned cement manufacturers over arbitrary increase in prices. So there is open market economy, which is what Tinubu is all about. Free enterprise, open market, price, willing buyer, willing seller. So all of that is what is the thrust of the ideology or of the ideological stance of the Tinubu administration. It's a free market, open, free enterprise sort of a space. But with that, there has to still be regulations. There has to still be regulations in free market, free enterprise. And if there are no regulations, then you can see gouging go amok. And that was what we saw in the cement space. The skittishness and the chasm in the pricing, when there was nothing, there was no sudden shock that happened within that industry to account for how prices went up by nearly 150%. So that is to tell you then that it is price gouging going on. So because there's nothing in logic that explains what happens, so that is to tell you then that there's excessive profiteering taking place. So that doesn't fall under free enterprise. No, that falls under exploitation. So to address, reps summon cement manufacturers over arbitrary increase in prices. So let's get to it. Let's get it, as Kaizo often likes to say on his noise-making space. So let's get it. The House of Representatives on Monday, March the 13th, resolved to investigate the arbitrary increase in the price of cement by cement manufacturers in the country. The House resolved to invite cement manufacturers alongside the ministers of Solid Minerals Development and Trade and Investment to brief the House at plenary on reasons for the increasing cost of cement and efforts being made to force down the prices. This followed a motion on notice sponsored by Gaza something or the other, SDP. Oh, I didn't know SDP had a parliamentarian. Right. So essentially they're interrogating that space. I'm tired of reading it, so let me just leave it there. So let me leave it there. Actually, I think that's sufficient enough of a read out. Still spaces, as I said. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let me send the link again. So that we can have so that we can have a robust and an involved conversation, which I think is what you're here for. A robust and an involved conversation. So a robust and an involved conversation. So that robust and involved conversation is certainly going to be taking place on Friday the 15th. Pardon me. So that robust and involved conversation is certainly going to be taking place on Friday the 15th at this week Friday. Let me just Friday the 15th. So that robust conversation certainly will be taking place where we are having a high profile guest coming to join us. So Dele Farotimi, of course, I've sung and danced about it for long enough for everybody to be aware. So we have Dele Farotimi coming to join us on Friday. So it's all set up. The link now that I'm sending into the comment section is the link to that session. So go there quickly, bookmark it, have your questions ready. Dele Farotimi joins us this Friday. So Dele Farotimi joins us this Friday, but joining us immediately right now are the Kegites.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwagweshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Amen Paul. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Some of friends joining us, Ekene from Alaba Market. Good to see you, Ekene. Bishop is in the house, so we get a lot of factual and information stuff from Bishop. Folly B in the house of the in the house as well. So always a delight in Folly B's company. Father of the bride, Ajanle Koko. Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So that's the panel. Anybody that wants to join us, click on the link, hop on. So click on the link, hop on as we kick off with the Kene, the Megida, the Jagaban, the Are Ona Kakanfo of Sokoto South Central Senatorial District. Ekene, how far? Ekene, after all that build up, look at this guy. After all that hype, you don't go sleep. Oh, all right, let's go. Can people hear me? By the way.
Yeah, we can hear.
All right, let's try Folly, Ajanle Koko, just to get the Nigerians, get them in early. Folly, show me. Ogagwa. Look at that. Ajanle Koko.
Okay. Kí ló ṣe àbí gbogbo phone wọn ti dàgbàrú ni? What's going on?
But you know the readout is always long. What is allowed in the fridge? What a long
I will come back. I'm seriously hungry. I want to find something to eat.
I knew we change him also. What a loss in the fridge. Just like kuli. Kuli has been attacked. Actually, Coco, let's try Bishop. Who I am calling you this time with Bishop. So Bishop, are you there? The big man.
I am, but please go to the next person, please.
All right. I always like to keep Ajale Koko till later, but Ajale Koko, they defaulted to you.
Yeah, one man.
All right, let's kick it off with this initiative in Lagos State, which I was completely impressed by it. I have to say, this is getting
some certain amount.
Yeah, this I think is an excellent initiative by Sanwo-Olu. What says to you?
What is it all about? Hello, woman.
All right. Let me take you to another space. If you didn't hear that readout, it was just a food hub. But let me take you to this space. Then the the House of Rep are asking the cement manufacturers to come and account for the skittish manner, the skittish movement in the pricings.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I don't know what they are trying to achieve by that already. The president has settled they met with them, and after the meeting with the president, they have taken some action, which has brought down the price of the cement. So, what are they trying to do? What do they want to do?
You don't think what happened should be probed? Do you not think what happened should be probed?
Probed to achieve what?
Yes, because there was nothing seismic. There was no event. The Naira had already it was already doing what it was doing. The fuel subsidy already months in. So there was no new event that suddenly accounted for that sharp and consistent hike in price. Or other than to say somebody was excessively profiteering, and if they're able to adjust it back, then that tells you then that somebody was somewhat gaming the system there. I should not I thought you were for this sort of probity and accountability.
Look, when people grandstanding, I don't like it. You see, when this cement company and their middlemen were overpricing and carrying out this price gauging, they didn't do anything for how many months? They did it for so long. Now that the president met them, after the president have met them, and these people have acted by bringing down the price of this thing, and then that is when you are jumping in, you want to probe. What are you probing for? When they supposed to act, these people failed to act. And then now, when the price has gone down, maybe it's going to go down more. We don't know. It should. And now you're saying you want to probe. What is the probe going to achieve? You want to probe for what? Are you going to have the them? Are you going to force them to refund some money to people that have bought this thing during the time they were doing this price gouging? I don't. You see, this assembly. This is maybe I don't know what to call them. They are not standing up when is the time to stand up in the interest of the people. I'm not saying that they should not probe it if they want to probe it, but what is that probing going to achieve for the people? Is it aimed at knowing how much they overcharge, and are they going to order refund, or what is it for? Assembly must act at the appropriate time, when the people, when they should act, for people to know that they are doing their job. It's even not the job of the president. It's not even the job of the president to intervene, to invite those people and start, convince them, or, threaten them to bring down the price. Otherwise, they will license more other people. Even what the president did, what they even did that time, was not as good as it looked like. What they should have done for those cement companies to just open up that space, liberalize that place, give as many licenses to people that are interested to invest in that cement industry. That is what we need. The space to be open, liberalized. sectors that are very important to the to the economy and the and particularly the well-being of Nigerian people. Just as we have telecommunication system, telecommunication sector, just as we have it liberalized. And we've seen when we started with this GSM, it was so high, but now it's like almost free. You even be begged to come and get your phone line. So that is what they should do, and not threaten them. Oh, if you don't do this, we will do this. It's just.
So you don't think they should sanitize the space? You don't think if somebody is excessively profiteering at the expense of the buying public, you don't think the parliamentarians should step in?
I'm not saying they should not step in, but
yeah, no. What you're speaking to is a wider space. But what this story is speaking to is this specific little cameo that happened. So no seismic event happened to justify that near 150 spike in price, and they want to interrogate that. So yeah, that wider space of yes, liberalize. That's a wider topic. But this specific action, yeah.
One man, you see, this is the problem. It's only Nigeria where you see price hike at that rate in a very short space of time. It doesn't matter what the seismic event is. Let's assume the exchange rate affects production of cement, right? It doesn't then double the price of every bag of cement. Okay, you're going to have some certain effect. Maybe you're going to have additional cost. It's almost like $1 to $1 went up times 2. Then every bag of cement then have to go up times 2 times 2.5. How do you? What kind of mathematics is that? It doesn't add up. At least if you say, okay, it went up by 1,000 naira per bag, you are producing hundreds of thousands of bags of cement. How do you make up such arithmetic? Right from day one, I knew something was fishy with this cement. And the problem why that industry cannot even be liberalized in the first place. It's not that you can give as many people licenses as you like, but a lot of these state governors have already sold those limestone mines to Dangotes and Boas. So if you come in, if somebody comes in today, where does he get his own limestone from?
So what I'm saying here is that they should have acted fast to save Nigerian people from this overcharge that we had for some months. Where were they? Were they sleeping? All these months that this thing was going on, where were they? They didn't see it. It doesn't matter to them. What? This is the time for them to push law and not, you see, this idea of probing nonsense. They're just probing nonsense to achieve what? What is the outcome going to be? Even when they know that, oh, these people, for this, for what they did, what are they going to do? Is what they should have done is to push law that will liberalize that sector. That is what they're supposed to do, and not probing what them sitting down. Can they invite Dangote for hearing? Can they?
Why can't they? Is Dangote not? Is he above the law?
You think they can look Dangote in the eyes and ask questions from him? These people?
Of course they can. The parliament, of course they can. Of course they. Who is Dangote? Dangote is a Nigerian. Dangote is a Nigerian.
These are young people that we have there. They can't look at him in the eyes and ask questions from him.
Ajali Coco, how can they, when probably Dangote sponsor most of those people to that place where they are today? He probably donated to a lot of their campaigns for them to get to where they are. So are they going to be able to
these people
call him there?
One man, I think they are just acting. You know, when you're watching movie and you see, actor, the way they act, like they're jumping up to the roof and flying on top in the air, that is what these people are doing. What they should have done is to push law that will liberalize that place, make it an open field, level playing field for all Nigerians to jump into that, allow that we enhance, competition, that we bring in competition, and then force down the price, and not grandstanding by
Please,
saying
can I ask a question, Ajana?
Yes, sir.
I want to understand what you mean by liberalizing. By liberalization, do you mean they should just open the border and allow people to just bring in cement indiscriminately? Is that what you mean by liberalization?
No. I'm not. That is not what I mean. What I mean is that that sector they should allow more investors to come into that sector with a policy that will make it easier for investors to come in, and that will gear up competition instead of having monopoly. What we have now is Dangote monopolizing that sector. He have about 70% share of that sector. That should not be allowed in an economy that want to grow. One person, one company having that share, 70% of a particular, that is not good for a country that want to go. We should have, if we have over 100 cement industry in Nigeria, plant in Nigeria today, but different companies. It's not too much. Nigeria is a big space. Nigeria is a country that is progressing and trying to build up itself, and you need that industry to grow, to build Nigeria. And for it to happen, you must have competition so that, housing project, road project, construction of bridge, construction can be easier.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. It's
very easier way.
It's good that you said.
You see one company, one man, Dangote, dominating and dictating the price. That should not happen. It's not good.
Okay, it's good enough that you said that you don't mean that they should open up the border liberalization. So, for the record, the sector is liberalized already. If you have enough money to challenge Dangote today, the market is open. So, I don't think that needs further liberalization than it is already. Let me finish. When you have, if you have 4 players are playing in that industry at the moment, in fact 5, with Bois, with Dangote, with Lafarge, and with Ozirão. Now, if you mean liberalization, and if you mean encourage other people, maybe give them incentive. If anybody has enough money today, you will come, and you don't need to start at the level of Dangote. You can start at your own level and grow it up to that level. Now, we all know that something went wrong. Nobody's been able to place their finger on it. There's an adage in Yoruba that says, if the National Assembly, the House of Reps, is calling them to come, let us put our head together. What went wrong? What happened to forestall future occurrence? I don't think there's anything bad in that. I think that is the right thing for them to do. If it is price gouging, or was it because of the dollar, or because the dollar fell so much, people were able to rush into Nigeria to come and buy and let them just do. If they are going to do and get to the root of it, it's not going to correct what has happened, but to forestall. So if you're now saying it is not necessary, then I don't know why they are there. If something happened and we don't like it, everybody complained when it happened, and the dust had settled now. We're now saying, you know what? Let us take a second look. Why did that thing happen? The essence of this, whatever they are conducting, is not because of what had happened. It is to be able to forestall. They used to call something LFI, learning from incident. What do we put in place? What mechanism so that this does not happen again. And the people they can find out from are the people that are in the sector, whether they are manufacturers, whether they are distributors, whether they are, come and tell us. They know. They would have sent their people out to go and investigate, because we remember at some point, manufacturers told us that the ex-depot price did not change. One man read that thing here, that the ex-depot price. So at what point did that price gouging come in? So I think it is very much in order for them to invite the active players, the major players, so that we can learn how to forestall a future reoccurrence of that ugly incident. So it is in perfect order to invite them. Thank you.
Well, it's okay. The timing is what I am saying. It's not. They should have done it earlier, when the price gouging was, biting hard on Nigerians. So the president already done what he had done. I mean, what he can do to, force them to carry out measures that will bring down the price. And to some extent, the price has come down. So the probing they are doing is just a probe. It's not going to have no effect on how they're going to. It's not going to have no correction on anything whatsoever as to how the industry is being operated. So what they should need to do is to push, law, like I said earlier, that will make that industry more attractive for more investors. Because as we have it today, we have Dangote already corner most of the reserve in the country by, political, how do I say, political favorism is enjoying that. So we have read some articles here, the way this guy almost destroyed, step that he took to destroy Bua, and all the dangerous move that he made against Bua to eliminate Bua from that industry. Very draconian move, up to even, threatening his life. Why must that happen in a country where we have, government? One man, you remember? Have you forgotten the article you brought us here?
Yes, there was a time they were going back and forth, and I think it was actually Boa. He actually took out an advertorial in the newspaper to just explain what was going on.
What was going on? They almost eliminated him too. They went after him. They took his land. They did everything just to frustrate him out of that business. But this Dangote industry, it's just barbaric. So what they are doing, let them just continue to do. How many are we in a country where they carry out some function and follow through? They don't. Several reports have been written in the past concerning several, issues that, threaten the affairs and the well-being of the country. They've been thrown in the trash. They didn't follow through after that. So, another report that was written 12 years ago, what are we talking about? Somebody just trying to implement it. I mean, a lot of reports. So let them just do whatever we know they cannot achieve anything by what they're doing. Let me just leave it there, one man. It's just annoying when you see this politician playing this kalu game against just to show as if they are doing something for the people, and at the end of the day, nothing is going to be achieved. Let me leave it there. Thank you, Omar.
All right, brilliant. Nigeria opens land air border with Niger Republic. So, they've tried to bully those people out of governance. It hasn't worked. and they couldn't really sustain, because there's a lot of business that takes place along that borderline, Nigeria and Niger. So what are you making of this move by Tinubu? I think the whole ECOWAS space has taken that resolution.
One man, we told you people that were supporting this sanction against that country that the sanction will end up achieving nothing. That is what it has happened. It has achieved nothing. But rather, the blowback against us, against our economy, and the people of Nigeria is humongous. A lot of businesses have been crushed, Nigerian businesses. People that trade between Nigeria and Niger, the businesses have been crushed, have been destroyed.
Well, you mean the smugglers?
I'm not talking about smugglers. People that do legitimate business.
What kind of business are they doing?
What are you talking about? Business? You don't know people that carry goods from Nigeria to there to sell, and some other businesses that we transact between Nigeria and that country legitimately. For those period of time that they were closed, that they shut down the border, their businesses were crushed. So it is just irrational action that have achieved nothing. And we said it here. Some people say, Ajane Koko is what did they call me then? Military apologies. They didn't beg. These people stood
there.
Ajane
Koko, you was a military apologist at that time, so that didn't change anything.
Okay, look, those guys stood their ground. They said, "To hell with you and your West African." To hell with ECOWAS. They didn't bother about the sanction, though they are affected. Two, the economy were battered due to that sanction. Nigeria, they trigger off the light, the electricity supply to that country. How inhuman can that be? A neighboring country, you try to destroy it, a country that we have a long time historical relationship and diplomatic relationship, economic relationship. All these things, you want to destroy it because there's a change of government. How on earth can you do that to your fellow African country? Being pushed, ECOWAS being pushed with the leadership of what do you call it? Tinubu, they bragging as if they have anything to use and force those guys out. Those guys forced their ground. They stood their ground. And they blow back against them now because these people are threatening. They said they're going to dam that river that flow down the water, that what do you call it? That flow down that water down to our own side. They said they're going to dam it from their own side.
Is it River Niger?
River Niger. They said they're going to dam it, and that would have caused a very serious catastrophe on our own end. So those guys, kudos to them.
There's no any kudos to them, but let's address the facts. Just hold on. If you don't mind me interjecting.
Yeah, interject.
Look, the chairman of ECOWAS and the commander-in-chief of the Federal Forces of Nigeria did what was exactly he should do at that particular time. Is there room for revisiting previous decisions? Absolutely. Even in Yoruba land, they say, this picture you are trying to paint as if Nigeria crumbled on its knees because they just stood their ground is completely, I don't know how to categorize it. It is completely not there at all. Look, yeah, some people on their side suffer some of the consequences. It was necessary. They just go to war. If they can resolve things diplomatically, they go to war. Unfortunately, most times they still come back and sit down and judge. So if the commander in chief, with all the hot of advisors, took a decision with ECOWAS as the sitting chair of ECOWAS, you not sit somewhere in the comfort of your home and just rubbish every decision. It's always very easy for us to take very simplistic and pedestrian approach to everything. There were issues that needed to be resolved. Yes, they did not use force because many people kicked against the use of force, and they did not. So the way you are making it look as if Nigeria crumbled on their knee, let me tell you, Niger will not dam River Niger. Don't let us go into the details and the nitty-gritty. Don't let us pick that one here. Niger will not dare dam River Niger. Forget all these threats and all the things that some people just sit down, armchair critics talk. So yes, they
Bishop,
have
you don't
repeated.
see them
I'm coming.
they don't see us finish.
Look, let's just leave that one. It's not going to happen.
The majority people don't see us finish. Say
It is never going to happen. Niger will dam River Niger. What are you talking about? Think say Russia will give them $1 trillion to come for where? Russia know that they have more higher stake with Nigeria than even Niger. Forget all this noise. So yes, let's celebrate it. It's okay for the peasant, for the people around the border, the relations that have been strained. Let's restore it. Not time to start unnecessarily riding on a high horse and making it look like Nigeria crumble. Nigeria did not crumble. Nigeria is a big brother in West Africa. When we are doing this, we are not actually protecting. We are protecting them, but we are actually protecting ourselves also. So yes, it is time to see how can we resolve. What they did in Niger has a lot of implication, both security and political implications. Because with all the other forces that are charging them, if war broke out there, which we have always seen in some of these smaller countries where coup happen, coup and counter coup, there will be spillover to Nigeria. We're going to feel consequences. Already we are battling with some. So the president has lots and lots of advice, academia, diplomats, both international and the rest that advised him. And they have guided him. Now it is time. You have given them some, we have stretched them a little bit. Now let's see. Let's come back, and because it's not necessary that they want to punish people. You are making it sound like as if the president just sat down, he was being sadistic, he just wanted to inflict pain on ordinary people of the jail, and that's why he unilaterally took that decision. I don't agree with that. I don't think so. Yes, the purpose have served what it was meant to serve. It is now to look at how do we resolve this and move on diplomatically. But don't make it do like Nigeria crumble or Nigeria went on her knees. It did not happen, and they were not going to dam that River Niger. If you have that idea, it's just idea for beer parlor discussion. Thank you.
Some of you can quickly turn around 360 degrees, very easy, against what you people, the position that you people presented some few months ago. Now you're turning around.
I did not. I said that decision was the best decision at that particular time. I did not turn around. Don't twist. I said that decision at that time was the best decision, and I still repeated it just 2 minutes ago here. So don't twist what I've just said. I said as at the time the president took that decision, it was the best decision. You can always review your decisions and action. Telling me that I turned around, I don't know where you got that from. My position remained. I said, based on available evidence and advice to the commander-in-chief, that decision he took that time from ECOWAS was the best decision. So telling me that I turned around 360, I don't understand what you're trying to say about that. Who turned around? Did I say it was a bad decision? Did I ever condemn the decision of the president of Nigeria? I never said that. Everybody just listen to what I said. And I repeat again, it was the best decision at that particular time. But even for the best of the best, you can always take a second look and review. Okay, have we achieved what? How much do we need? And approach diplomacy, because even the worst of the wars still end up on round table. When we finish war, we will still judge you. Are you now going to say, the decision we took to go to war was not right that time? No. So don't twist my words. I beg you, please.
So, the decision could not achieve results. It has failed. That's why your president, that is the leader of this constituted brainless leaders that call themselves ECOWAS leader have to turn around, because these young guys are forming a union that already break up that good job that some, how do I describe them, great leaders in the past. The vision of the great leaders will have been destroyed. The decision then was a bad decision to destroy the vision of great leaders that set up ECOWAS, like Gowon and others that sat down and said, look, let us form a union good for us, for our economy, for our political relationship, for our sub-region in this world, so that we can speak with one voice. We can do things together. That is what Tinubu leadership as the head of ECOWAS was trying to destroy. But now they have seen it. They acted stupidly. They acted in such a way that they acted in such a way that it is nobody, no part of the world, there's no part of the world that ever done so. You see region in every part of the world consolidating, merging, forming union, and you are trying to destroy a union that's already put on the ground. Your leadership was trying to destroy it. But those young guys stood their ground against them, and then they have to backtrack. So it's a disgrace to Tinubu leadership as the head of ECOWAS. And I believe this will never happen again, because it's a lesson to them. They have learned a lesson to have, taken off.
Ajali Koko, but are you aware that these people are still, they are still suspended? Are you aware that they are still suspended from ECOWAS anyway?
Forget about that.
What do you mean forget about that? You are talking as if
forget about when Nigeria already taking action. Forget about that. That one is no problem.
They are still, look, every military country in that region
nobody suspended. They've already left ECOWAS.
Suspension, man. Forget about
they
that.
They left ECOWAS by themselves. Who is saying suspension? They've already resigned from ECOWAS.
They were suspended.
You suspend them and they resigned. They resigned. Then you came back to call them back. They said no, they're not coming back.
Who called them? Where did you get the news that they called them back?
I beg,
forget about the suspension.
Are you suspended?
No, you just made up something. Now you say, I beg. Where did you get the news that they called them back?
Forget about the suspension. When Nigeria was already opened the border, when Nigeria already done this,
that was just an individual country making decisions.
That is a move to reabsorb them.
They will not reabsorb them. Military countries that have military governments, countries that have military government are not accepted to be part of the committee.
I don't know which committee. When Ghana is having collaboration with Burkina Faso on security matter, particularly the challenges concerning the terrorist activity along their borderline at the
Ajali Koko, look, those countries don't not have a seat. They don't have a seat in ECOWAS as we speak right now. They cannot have a seat in ECOWAS.
They don't give a damn.
Individual countries, individual countries can, on their own, on the basis of their own individual security reasons,
young guys don't give a damn. The Burkina Faso guys, you don't see the way that guy is building his country. You don't see what
is he building? You guys have been absorbing a lot of propagandas. Oh, Niger is actually this. Oh, Burkina Faso. Oh, God, there's nothing has changed in those countries.
Look, Tinubu himself, that is now reversing his action and now opening the border, now opening the airspace. You think he doesn't know what he's doing? Do you know how much it cost? The airline, that were not allowed to pass through their country, but have to go a long route before going to Nigeria. Do you know how much it costs airlines? Do you know
Which
how
airlines?
I am telling you, we are telling you that it was a bad decision from the onset. You don't do it. The best way to win any conflict whatsoever, or what look like a conflict or disagreement, is through the pursuance of diplomacy. Diplomatic way of resolving issue between between countries, or two countries, or more than that, is the best way to achieve result. You can achieve result by not by bullying, not by threatening that we're going to attack you. It emboldens them to want to fight when you threaten countries, because they're a sovereign country like you, and you dare not threaten a sovereign country. They will stand up and fight.
So in your words now, in your words, Ukraine is doing the right thing, fighting Russia, right?
What are you saying?
No, so you support Ukraine against Russia?
What do you mean by support Ukraine?
I'm just asking, do you support Ukraine against Russia?
Is Ukraine not being pushed? Just as
what concerns Ukraine
not
with
being
this
pushed?
I'm just asking. What is your position? Are you supporting Ukraine or you support Russia?
Ukraine, it doesn't matter. We are talking about our neighboring this thing. What concerns Ukraine with the issue?
No, it matters a lot. Ajali could know what I'm talking about. Where do you support Russia or you support Ukraine?
That let me tell you this. You have to understand that the reason for the war between Ukraine and Russia, it is not Ukraine that is actually fighting Russia, but NATO. So if you don't understand,
can you answer my question? Are you supporting Russia or Ukraine?
There is no need for that question, because you don't understand.
Of course, there's need for it.
So if you know what's behind the war, then you will not answer. You will not answer.
Hold on, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Ajale Koko, take our Bishop's interjection, and then I bring it home, and then we go on to Ekene Bishop.
I just want to remind Ajale Koko. Altogether, since the inception of ECOWAS, 7 countries have actually been suspended at different time or the other for one reason or the other. 2 countries have actually applied to leave ECOWAS, and one succeeded, I think, around 2000 or 2002. Mauritania used to be part of ECOWAS. The route you are talking about, Sudan is still at war. Plane will still go the same route they are going before. So, and all those suspension and the rest, Tinubu did not carry them out. Tinubu do what was necessary. ECOWAS has a committee, and it has an office in Abuja. I've been there before, many years ago. And so the decision was not unilateral, the way you are making it to look, that you just woke up, you got angry, and you took a decision. There are a lot of diplomatic conversation that goes on, and all the people that have been suspended from ECOWAS since 1975 today, it was not Tinubu that carried out those suspension. So let's just, let's speak to just facts. It's very important. Thank you.
Well, Tinubu leadership as the chairman of ECOWAS, and the decision taken by his leadership shows that he lacked that leadership skill and understanding of issues. He doesn't have it. If he's a leader that have that knowledge in diplomatic relationship between the two countries, he wouldn't have gone that route. He would have not allowed himself and other leaders to be used against that country. He would have pursued diplomatic means and not by cutting off electricity that will have cost some life in that country, because I believe there are hospitals. Maybe during that time, some surgery that some people, some kind of surgeries that some people will have done in that hospital wouldn't have been possible, and that would have resulted to some death of some people. Some babies in the incubator will have died as a result of cut off of electricity to that country. So the loss of life that it caused as a result of cutting off electricity to that country it just show that he lacked that leadership. He doesn't understand what relationship between countries and diplomatic relationship. He doesn't understand it, particularly with a country that we share a long historical ties, particularly along the borderline. The Hausa people, Hausa Fulani, along the borderline, same people between Nigeria and that country. The Kanuris, same people between Nigeria and Niger. So why can't he understand that, look, if others, all of you in West Africa, if you are pushing for sanction against this country, I am not going to do it. We are the same people. We share historical relationship, long-time historical relationship. We share, economic relation. We share a lot of things together, and more importantly, what we are looking up to as the economic power, what will be the economic power, the backbone of Nigeria, is going to pass through this country. I'm talking about the gas line going to pass through this country. Why should I be fighting a country that we can work together for the economic interest, for better economic interest between both of us? Why would I fight with that country? Why would I want to strangulate that country when that country have the capacity to strangulate my economy too? He doesn't have that leadership skill. And I'm just happy that those guys stood their ground and they forced ECOWAS and Tinubu to his kneel to open up the borderline and open the airspace. And, it's a disgrace. It brought shame on Nigeria that during the time of leadership of Nigerian president as the head of ECOWAS, he took a wrong decision that achieved nothing. If he had taken diplomatic means, he would have resolved that issue, and that would have brought more honor on him. But he took the route of bragging, threatening, using himself to be used by colonial master. It's a disgrace. Tinubu is a disgrace. His leadership is a disgrace to West African efforts.
No, Bishop, just let him land, then I'll move on to Ekene. I'm just waiting for.
So yeah. One man, let me leave it there. It's a disgrace to the ECOWAS, and he has brought shame on Nigeria. And I am happy that what we are warning that will happen back then is what has happened now. We warn that the move they are making will not achieve anything, and they will disgrace Nigeria at the end of the day. And this guy has disgraced Nigeria. All of you can see it. And, but we that believe in oneness of Black people, we Pan-Africanists, we won. All of you that supported sanction against this country, war against this country, you should all cover your faces in shame. Let me leave it there, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Adale Koko. So Adale Koko, let's go on from you to Ekene, who I think is ready for us now. Ekene Megida. So no dezoa ya ike. Lafiako.
I don't care anything where they speak. I just don't care. Too more. Oh man, how far?
I do. Yes, we gathered. It's my labor reading through all that thing, isn't it? You couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Well, I don't have much to say in what Aja has just said in this land up, but open of Niger, well, by Tinubu's government. It's just that when a lot of us contributed in that matter, the time this thing happened, we are thinking as we don't know what we are saying, but well, that's what it is. The table has turned around that it has now come out to mean that we know what we are saying then. Don't just treat these people anyhow, negotiate with them as our neighbor and all those stuff. But at the end of the day, they came out to strike and it affected us the most. Now, after they closed their airspace, Tinubu called a meeting with ECOWAS and all those stuff. And the people say they have already resigned from ECOWAS. I don't even know what Tinubu is doing again. These guys, if you follow the news very well, they say themselves that we have resigned from ECOWAS. So Tinubu is just opening borders, doing all sorts of things and all these things. I don't know whether these guys don't care with their body language, even if Tinubu let him connect the electricity back and all those stuff. They don't care. They have already moved on. So we can be trying to defend the APC government and their lack of leadership. That matters to you guys. I don't care. But Aja has just said it how it is. And that's how it is, one man. So
all right.
What about the student loan? What I'm hearing about it is
they're saying they've suspended it somewhat. I saw headlines to that effect. So go to that space.
They've suspended the student loan indefinitely. I don't have much to say, but I would like Bishop to also come and defend it for Tinubu, so that people that don't understand it will also understand it.
Okay, maybe now that since you invited me, let me just educate you.
Just give us more explanation on that.
All you need to do is just go and listen to that interview that newspaper choose to pick the headline. I won't tell you what the man said. Listen to what he said and just oppose it with what the headline they have suspended indefinitely. Put them side by side and you make the judgment. Sometimes there's always this danger of picking headline because the man that is even determining the headline of what somebody said might even be drinking beer and pepper soup. So I would just encourage you. It doesn't take, the interview was very short. Just go and get that clip of where the man says everywhere on Twitter and compare it to what that creamy headline said. That's all I would say. So you can make the judgment by yourself. Thank you.
Okay, but the most important thing is that they suspended it. If they couldn't bring out those details before they were shouting that this student loan will pick up by January with all this.
Not suspend.
So what happens to the? But I think there is a budget for it now. Is there no budget for it?
Yeah.
So what happens to the
word suspension? Don't use the word. What I'm saying is this: go and listen to what that man said, and compare it to that statement, suspended indefinitely, and you be the judge. I won't tell you what the man said. Just go. Is there? You can. While we are here, you can quickly Google it and listen to
it. Let me give you a couple of paragraphs. Let me give you about 3-4 paragraphs. It says, so the headline says, Nigerian government postpones, not suspended, but postpones 10 billion naira students loan scheme indefinitely. So that's the headline. It says this development was announced by Akintunde Sawyer, the executive secretary of the Nigerian Education Law, etc. According to Sawyer, the 10 billion naira loan, which was originally scheduled to take off on Thursday, was postponed again as some corrections are being made around the launch. Unfortunately, I won't be able to commit to a specific time. We are sort of waiting to ensure that all the stakeholders are aligned to make sure that nobody is blindsided. Then we can actually roll this out in a meaningful, comprehensive, wholesome, and sustainable way. So I think the headline may be poetic license being exercised there.
Okay, they still have a work to do. That I wish them the best. Anything good for the nation, I wish them the best. Let them do it. But that shows that lack of capacity and that's still lack of capacity and lack of leadership. We have jobs they've been getting in this government. Policies, if you check this, since the inception of this government, it's all about policies coming out at the end of the day. They bring it down, put up another one, all those stuff. So I don't know why student loan will be an issue when you have already, what these guys are complaining, the students are complaining is that this student loan of a stuff made a lot of universities to jack up their this thing, the price, the university school fees and all those stuff.
The tuition fee.
And that's what, you said?
The tuition fee.
Yes. Many universities increased there, and many people believe it's because of this student loan made a lot of university did that. Some 200% increase, some 300% increase, some 400% increase, just like that. And now at the end of the day, there is no hope for them to meet up with that school fees again, because a lot of them are hoping on this student loan, maybe to meet up with that hike in that tuition fee. But at the end of the day, there is no hope again. So parents need to go and hustle themselves to meet up with the.
If I might chip in, I think if I was going to give any takeaway from this administration, is that they make a lot of policies without actually thinking things through. I think most of the time the policies which come forth are like short-term solutions, like when they remove subsidy. Once people are getting agitated and everything, you bring in student loans to just prove to you that the removal of subsidy has benefits and stuff like that. And there are many other cases like that where they just make...
That was in his campaign promise, the students' loan.
It was in his campaign promise. It wasn't as a result of the subsidy removal and everybody was questioning...
No, it was.
What are we doing with the money?
No, it was in his campaign promise.
Okay, but my own takeaway is that
It started from 2015. This student loan, he made it. He made it himself with his mouth for Buhari. Buhari came in, didn't listen to him. He did all he did. Now him being the champion of that student loan in his government, he now put it in his policy book. So at the end of the day, we thought that he was serious about it. But well, that's what it is.
But is this not the human capital development that you're always talking about?
They don't regard it now. It's still that now. They don't regard it. So
they don't regard it, and they've wrapped a 10 billion naira policy around it.
Where is the 10 billion now? That is the issue. Where is it today?
Yeah, they are having teething problems with the structure. I mean, it's not uncommon. It's not
somebody that is speaking about student loans since 2015 up to today, they don't have any policy for it. Then when will he have the policy for it?
He has a policy for it now.
If there is only anything I know Tinubu for, it's only his student loan. He has been championing it since 2015.
Yes. Now he's presenting it. Now he's in government. So what's your objection? What are you objecting? Are you objecting to the delay? Is that what rankles you, or are you saying
if he don't have any plans since 2015 up till now.
He has a plan. Is it not the plan that we're seeing, but that they are rolling out now?
Look,
they are having teething problems.
If there's anything, I think they even rush it too much, too quick to introduce it. This should have been coming in the second year of this government. Not even for them to even try to do it now. I think you should even give them credit.
I think they should do it now for reason that
they rush it. This is why they're having the teething problem.
No. Well, they are having the teething problem because everything works perfectly in the lab, but not often in the field. That's just what's playing out. But they've not rushed it because they've made a lot of savings from that subsidy, whatever, and that money has to be pointed in a way that the people would acknowledge. And education is one of the things that Nigerians prize the most.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
understand that. I'm
guys.
just saying, what they
Can
would
I
have done,
contribute to
is
this?
take their time, properly structure the team, structure it properly, and bring it up, because this one now that they've come up with, look, it's a good idea, but the thing is, they have to make sure that it works right. Okay, that they have to make sure it works right. But for me,
This student loan is not initiated.
It's,
Sorry.
Hold on, let Kolata come in. Kolata.
I just came to say something. The reason they're having these delays was the last minute change of Tinubu to say that they should include technical colleges and vocational courses to the student loan. That was kind of like a curveball. So they have to re-strategize and plan properly, because initially it was just meant to be for normal tertiary institutions, universities, and polytechnics. But then Tinubu now said, I mean, kind of like last minute, not that long ago, that they should include all these technical and vocational schools as part of the student loan program. So that's kind of like a big, massive addition to scope. So the original plans they have cannot be executed, except they're going to change their mind and start doing it in phases. So I think it's better to do it and get it right than to have like a half-assed, half-baked measure. So if they take their time to fix it, that includes this new scope, I think it's okay. But nobody has mentioned that fact. That's why I just came into
So
mention.
why not just face it then? If that's the case, why not just face it?
Well,
Go on with
I
the
will
one
face
plan
it.
already.
I was the one that suggested phasing, but that's Kulata's idea. But I don't know.
I know, but it's not a bad idea. Like, just continue with the one you've started already, and then bring the other ones in.
If they can bring these people on board fairly quickly, so then they should bring them in now. So because if they phase it, that means that a set of this batch will lose out until the next batch. But if they feel that they can work them in for this academic cycle, then why not? Why not just have a little bit of delay to capture that space so that those people don't lose out in this academic cycle?
As a matter of fact, this student loan is not Tinubu initiative. It's what Gbajabiamila sponsored when he was speaker, and what just happened is that by the time he became president, they passed it into law. And no, that is the truth, man. What do you mean by Baba Jaliko?
Yeah, but it was in Tinubu's manifesto now.
Forget about it. Look, I'm just telling you the fact.
You just told us that Tinubu has been saying this since 2015. Now all of a sudden, that's by the way. Even just mentioned
I'm not the one. I didn't say anything that it started in.
No, Ekene said that. Ekene.
Okay.
It's not me.
Anyhow, let me just contribute something if you don't mind.
But the fact of the matter is that this student loan being implemented is an initiative sponsored by Gbajabiamila as the speaker back then when he was a speaker, and it was just passed. It went through the assembly, and by the time Tinubu became this thing, it just happened to be, fortunate that they just passed it.
Ajalikoko, it was the fast track bill. They fast tracked that bill.
Yes, sir. Let Bishop come in and then we get back.
Two things very quickly. Thank you, Pulata. I meant to add that bit of it. Now, the other time we're having a conversation around this topic, I don't know if it was Babati or Adewale that said, look, let's prepare your mind. When they launch that thing, it will collapse, it will crash. And then we try it again, it will crash before we study, because when it crashes, some people will come here and celebrate it. Hey, is that not it? Is that when at the inception of this administration, Ekene was hammering repeatedly, that student loan is a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie, it's a lie. It's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. They were saying it repeatedly, several persons. I don't know how much politics is past. We've forgotten that we should have gotten beyond election now. Every policy that will help the country in whatever way, shape, or form, I think we should all celebrate it and encourage it. Now, that they run into a dish because we have claimed that the driver cannot drive, even if it is not his fault, when winds blow and there is storm, you blame the driver. When there is a pothole on the road, you blame the driver. When there is traffic light turns on, you blame the driver. At every turn, we want to just trivialize serious issues of governance. I think that is not fair. You know, there is a saying in Yoruba that says that over fẹ̀yìn sọ́wọ́ tó fẹ̀yìn sọ́wọ́ òsì tó bá fẹ̀yìn rìn láti ìsẹ́yìn títí tó fi dẹ́yìn ìgbẹ̀tì. ẹni tí ò ní fi ṣẹ́yìn ni ò ní fi ṣẹ́yìn ni. Let me try and translate it loosely. That no matter what you do, people that don't like you will always find a reason to, and it's not going to better our conversations, our public, the quality of our public discourse, because we should go beyond some level of pettiness. Everything about some of this criticism has been reduced to the level of ridiculousness and pettiness, and that's just the truth. You know, hailing coup plotters, like 1 minute, just 1 minute. Hailing coup plotters and making it to shame Nigeria, they shame Nigeria. It's another level of ridiculousness. Saying because I heard what the man said, that unfortunately he cannot commit to a particular time until they finish resolving. And all the headlines say, oh, they have postponed it indefinitely. They cannot do it. We know they cannot do it. We know it's going to fail. Now, when they launch the thing, and maybe because of the volume of the number of persons that want to log on, the thing crashes. They will say, oh, how we like this? Now, there will be teaching challenges. There will be initial issues in everything, no matter how better intentioned they are, no matter how much you plan. Know how you get to airport. They tell in Hartford Jackson a couple of weeks ago, some people spent about 2.5 hours in a plane that was already built to take off. Just as about taking off, they for whatever reason they held them back. They were there. A few days ago, a plane was taking off, a very big plane somewhere in California or Florida. One of the tire, the wheels fell off from mid-air when it's already taken off. These things happen sometimes, but immediately we see challenges, we make it look like, oh, Nigeria has failed, Nigeria has collapsed. That's not fair. It's not fair.
Bishop,
right. Hold on, Ekene. You know, Bishop, people will have they will have opinions critical only because, one, they don't like the person in government, so there's nothing he will ever do that will satisfy them. That's part of it's not unique to Nigeria. That's just politics. And then also there'll be opinions that will push against whatever the government does because they are in opposition and they want to be in government. So that's not even peculiar to Nigeria. That's just politics. So a lot of these things, I think Tinubu anticipated that it was going to be like that. But I
want to give an example. So if a student is practicing for exams and he tells his parents that, Dad, I'm prepared and I'm going to get all A's, and later on, 2 days to the exam, he now says, Daddy, I can't write this exam. Oh. Are you going to say that environmental circumstances?
That's a wrong analogy. It's
not a wrong analogy. Are you going to say that? Are you going to say that environmental circumstances are the results of why he can't no longer write sit for the exams?
Don't answer him, Bishop.
No, let me answer him now.
He has to answer me now.
No, it's going to be very short now. It's a good question. Because I actually was going to. Honestly speaking, it was the first thing I was going to say is just because I was rushing for time. Number one is that no student, because of this issue, no student will be sent away from writing any exam because of this. That's number one. That's a fact. Now, maybe in private university, they stop students from writing exam. I mean, federal universities, government universities, they don't. They only withhold your results. So you using this analogy is just like the analogy of Alakara, somebody that's sent Akara and Suya. I said that
I don't think you understand the analogy. The context I'm using. No, the context I'm using it.
A student wants to write exam in 2 days.
No, it's not about a student.
Hold on, everybody.
It's about Tinubu.
It wasn't talking about the student.
No, it wasn't about
it. Yeah, it was talking about the goalpost being moved.
The goalpost is not being moved.
No, but that was the analogy. But
that was the analogy.
Can I wrap up that space and I'll take you to a different.
One man. What happens if the student feels sick on exam day?
I don't want to hold that space.
People say that a lot of opposition wants the government to fail and all that, and I made it clear that I don't think that all these things will work in the first place. Well, I may be right in saying that because since the inception of this government, I'm still yet to believe or being convinced in one of their policy that is working, honestly speaking. So I'm still yet to be convinced that this is what they say they will do and they are actually doing it. You just see CBN is distributing fertilizer, something that Buhari did, and we are condemning MFLA for that. They're towing towards that line again. What is the work of CBN with the distribution of fertilizer to the farmers? Is that not another scam going on? The style of Buhari again?
No, I wouldn't say it's a scam, Ekene, but I will agree that it is not a role. We have a Bank of Agriculture. We have so many.
So why wouldn't they follow the real procedure? Why wouldn't they follow the real procedure and do things the way it should be done? You know, when they say Buhari did this, Buhari did that, you check everything that Tinubu is doing today, it's still Buhari. And well, I'm not surprised. He said he will continue from when Buhari stopped. And when the CBN governor came out saying that he will do things differently and all those stuff. But seeing them today being distributing fertilizer to farmers, I just laugh. Well, but that's how it is. That's the country we find ourselves.
What do you mean that's the country you find yourself? Do you object to... Hold on now. Please now, don't do that. Do you object to fertilizers being distributed to farmers? Or so what does... that's the country we find ourselves. What does that mean?
We have a Bank of Agriculture and all those stuff. There are people that have the duty. What is the work of Minister of Agriculture?
Okay, don't go too far. So you don't object to fertilizers being distributed?
No, I don't object to it. I object to CBN carrying out that duty.
The difference.
You understand?
The difference.
So let me finish. These are the problems. I don't want to, Bishop. Give me time to speak. I beg. I don't know, all this you're defending is too much. Let me speak. Then after you can defend your policy and all those stuff. But these are the things that Buhari did that caused a lot of scam in the system. At the end of the day, we couldn't see where all this money they give to farmers. We couldn't find it. We don't know the people that receive it. They use it to.
I don't know that you can say that, because a lot of people that received those monies, they've done both individually and cooperatively testimonial videos. It's all over social media now.
Well, I will still say that they use it to settle their political this thing, faithful and all those stuff. So, but that's how it is. What I mean is that we're expecting something differently from this government, because we cannot continue to do the same thing every time and expect a different result. But what we have seen is that things continue go the way it used to be under Buhari. So, what result are we going to get?
Take your WhatsApp, please.
Yes.
But if you say that we should continue to do the same thing every time after Buhari, then Tinubu, and we're expecting a different result, then no problem. I'm not objecting to it.
Hold on, Ekene. Can you read it? Because by the way, Akim, you'll be surprised how interactive these sessions are. About 2 people already sent me what you just sent, but this is from the one you sent. Can you read what's on the screen, Ekene?
It's very tiny. Central Bank of Nigeria collaborates with the Ministry of Agriculture, road security to mitigate the.
So essentially, what you're saying is what's being done. It says CBN facilitated the distribution for Ministry of Agric and helped the ministry secure a $995 million loan, etc. So. I think they're just facilitators rather than the actual distributors of. I'm glad you don't object to fertilizers being distributed to farmers.
They're supposed to. So those are the stuff they have to subsidize to make things easy. Because one of the problems that farmers are facing today is also the cost of fertilizer. It's very high. So when they buy it at a high price after cultivation and harvesting, it still makes the price of goods and price of foodstuff very high in the market. So those are the areas they have to come in to help the farmers. But what I'm questioning is the same process that Buhari took that this government is following. So I don't know the result we're expecting, because at the end of the day, what you see is that they use it to settle their political obedience and all those stuff. So that's how I see it. Because when you see what is happening in terms of sharing palliative and all those stuff, the major people that get it are the top class members of APC. It doesn't get to the direct people that need it. It doesn't get there, and that is a very big problem. So, and that is why they have to change the system to make sure that everything that they are doing to better the life of the people gets to the people directly. You understand? So, so that is how it is. But let's see how, because for me, this government is already, we are talking 1 year is almost there, next year. So if they couldn't implement student loan in this first budget, maybe they will implement it in their second budget.
Yeah, but they are implementing it. They're implementing it in this first budget now. Have they said they are not?
Well, for me, if they couldn't find any problem since they say that they will implement it, now it is the time that the thing has to.
Let's just move on from there, because I think Kulata already gave you an explanation for that. There is no
explanation for Kulata. What you do as a government or as a father is to make sure before you come out with any policy in your family, you should be sure that this thing is going to work.
Don't worry about it. You might
have sat down with your wife and your children and
just hold steady. You don't have to do the party line. I want it to be conversational, so just make it just pithy, as Pansat likes to say. Kulata just told you now that they expanded the scope and the catchment area to sweep in even more people. So at first, do you object to that? So just don't give it long and extended, but do you object to that?
I object to it.
You object to that they're expanding it to include technical students.
Just like somebody said here, they should have continued with it. Then bit by bit, they can include other stuff.
That wasn't the question now. Yeah. All right. Let me move you to another talking point. Let me move you. Earlier on, you were saying the Niger Republic had moved on from ECOWAS and all that. So let me take you to the narrative.
One man. Hold on. Let us take a look of what Kulata told us.
Right.
Expansion does not stop the implementation. Expansion shouldn't stop implementation. You understand what I'm saying?
And it has not. It has not.
No. What I mean, the kickoff of the policy.
Yes.
They are postponed. Is it postponed, or what did they say? They are done with it?
Yes, it's postponed.
Yes. Expansion shouldn't have results to postponement. I don't. Sometimes when these people are lying, we have to think of what they said and then, put one and one together.
Wait, I can't even go. No, before you go down that line. Hold on. Before you go down that line, you can't make that statement like it's a holy grail. Expansion could mean you put more time into your planning before you start implementation. Expansion could also mean you may phase it out. Expansion could mean many things. There's no one answer that tells you how to deal with expansion. It has to be case by case basis.
Expansion should not have resulted to postponement.
That's your assumption. You don't know.
Hold on. You are reporting what they said. Okay.
Yes, because if I want to start a project right now, and then they tell me, okay, I'm going to add a very big scope to it, I can say, okay, fine. Let's now plan to incorporate that scope so we can execute it together.
Oh, okay. Look,
so that just extends my planning time.
Hold on, Kulata. They have to be specific why it has to be postponed. The expansion, number one, what is that expansion bringing in for the delay? Are they going to now request for more funding or rewrite the law to include some others that are not there? Is that what is?
It could be all of that.
Yeah, no.
What do you mean no? What do you mean no? You're not familiar with the case?
You know, it could also be working on the portals and the system just hold on a second now. When somebody's talking, you can't just layer. Oh, hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me just say this. The system is structured towards tertiary education, and that is the model that they have crafted their structures around. So the president has now said to expand it to include all sort of artisanship, technicians, short courses, all of these sort of things. So the remit has now expanded, but the structure that they've put in place for the loan was only get towards tertiary education. So they are now in a situation. Do they go with the structure that they already have for tertiary education and roll that out and then create a delay for these people? Or just try and append this new expansion into the existing structure so that they can have an all-encompassing space? So that's the thing now.
One man, whatever expansion or whatever they want to do, you know that any policy that government roll out today, there is always a reaction to it from the people. Just like when first subsidy was announced, free station closed up, people start jacking up prices and all those stuff. When this policy was announced, a lot of university cities started increasing their tuition fee. So you don't see that as an effect to the people. It's only the expansion and the excuses we are giving for the government. You are not seeing the effect, the reaction of the universities towards that announcment. It
wasn't
exclusively. Let me finish. That are now affected and cost increase in the tuition fee. Then hoping that maybe when that student loan comes to effect, they will now be able to meet up with that demand. But today, their hope is that. So they have to figure out. They have to now go back and know how to meet up with their school fees and all those stuff. We are telling you the negative effect.
Don't do all that. Just stay. You've made that point. Let me just counter it. As the government said, they are cancelling the scheme. Again.
I've just said they are cancelling their scheme.
Yes, I've just said they are cancelling the scheme.
But they have not given any date to kick it off.
Right. If they have not cancelled the scheme and all the institutions know the state of play. So what
my point is this: they didn't give any dates when they are kicking it off again. They just said suspended definitely. What I don't know the English.
They didn't say that. Didn't say that.
My point is that they didn't say, okay, give us 2 months to readjust, or give us 3 months to readjust. Then we are coming out with better policies and all those stuff. You understand? If they have said that, maybe in that manner, people will say, okay, it's okay. But now, no date. Just like when they say that the thing will kick off in January. January didn't start up. Then up to this time, we are in the 3rd month, getting to the 4th month. Then even when people are expecting it to kick off, I'm coming. You will
Can I
interject.
interject you, please?
When people are expecting it to kick off, remember the month has passed. It's January that they gave us. Remember the month has passed, but now coming out to say that, well, for now it will not work. Then when is it going to work? When this has really affected has caused increase.
No. When you've made the point, don't do the political thing.
Okay,
Let that interjection come in.
Let him interject.
Yeah.
But let him interject.
Okay, thank you very much. Ekene, you're wrong. Were here when the federal government came out and said there should be not a single increase in every federal institution. So federal university, I have contributed. I personally, I've paid school fees for my cousin in Ife just this past year that gone now. So federal university, the fee has not gone up. If the fees for state universities and private universities have gone up, that is up to the state governors and the private individual that owns the universities. But as for federal government institution, whether it's federal university or federal polytechnic, the fees still remain the same. So what are you talking about?
Well, I put out to you that the fees is not the same. I have somebody in Unizik.
You that I have paid.
I have somebody in Unizik, and I put it to you that the fees we paid for him last year is not at the same this year. You understand?
That's not
so
true. That's not
well,
true. If you
it might not be true to you, but I'm putting it to
all right.
you.
Let's stay on topic, though. Let's stay on topic.
But whatever you want to defend, you can defend the way you want to defend. But for me, what we are saying.
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Expansion shouldn't have stopped the implementation. Is that number one? Tinubu assumed office 9 months ago, and it was the beginning of this. The beginning immediately. I can remember immediately when he assumed office. That was when that bill. He signed that bill. So, what is Tinubu's plan in the first place? What is his own plan on that student loan? That if his plan include College of Education and other institutions other than universities, why haven't they incorporate that or get it done before the date of kickoff? And remember, they have set up a committee for this implementation since last year, maybe since October. So sometimes they can say some things. We have to take a look and say, what are they saying? Is it making sense? To me, the reason that, they want to expand it, that is what is stopping the implementation. No, you can implement. And
it's not stopping the implementation. It's delay. Delay is not denial.
No, what I'm saying is delay. Hold on, Kulata, is delay.
You said stopping. Yeah.
Okay, maybe slip of tongue. So the implementation, the reason for expansion shouldn't cause a suspension. You can implement and at the same time expand. So I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
I think Woma, I think Mutuadis have to make a contribution, please.
So it doesn't make sense to me. I think
one man.
Let
me say something.
I saw somebody in the comment section in trying to defend Tinubu, telling me that Unizik is a state university. Trying to defend Tinubu.
Well, Unizik is a state university now, is it not?
Who told you?
Nnamdi Azikiwe University is a state university. It is a federal University of Nigeria. It is University of Nigeria that is federal university now. What are you talking about?
What makes Unizik is not a state university? What we have in Anambra State as state university is Uli. Anambra State University. Then we have Unizik, Federal University. Somebody is telling me that Unizik is a state university, and you are supporting that person in trying to defend your Tinubu. What are we doing here? So even if so I don't know, at least if I don't know any other federal university, I shouldn't know the one that is in my state. I beg, let's be realistic. You understand? Don't defend everything, and in trying to defend that, you are putting out wrong information. That Unizik is a state university. It's not right.
Again,
So,
it's a federal university. What's the point?
No, somebody trying to correct me in the comment.
Okay, the person was wrong. It's a federal university. So, but what's
and the bishop also was wrong. Bishop is not agreeing that he's
okay. The point is making is that the tuition fee has increased between last year and now.
Is it tuition or boarding? Is it tuition fee that increased or hostel? You know, in federal university.
You guys, they did not increase school fees.
He said what he paid. I don't know what he said.
Because it may be hostel that they're talking about that increased. You know, we that went to federal university, they pay a stipend for what do they call those things again? Hostel. Let's just call it hostel. I can't remember what we call it. And I went to Ife, but I never stayed in those hostels. But I know people paid a tiny stipend, and sometimes they increase it. But the tuition itself probably will not increase. It's just maybe the hostel.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, whatever we were saying, one man, I'm done with that. I'm done with that space. Let them continue to implement.
All right. Let me take you to this space then, Kene. So, a name to conjure with, Kene, Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe. So you correct me on the pronunciation later. But Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe. So this is where she made her introduction to the Nigerian consciousness. It was a landslide victory for Labour Party at my polling unit, Lekki polling unit 24. And then she goes on to give us a countdown of what's transpired at our polling unit. So here is the veritable doctor herself, and here she is. So there she is reporting from our polling unit. So died in the world academic obedient. So a senior obedient. So Ekene, I'm sure you've heard the phrase anywhere belle face. So still this same doctor, Tinubu replaces Kalu Eke with Ruby Onwudi, whatever her last name is, as Southeast Onwudiwe as our Southeast nominee for CBN board. So the obedience anywhere belle face. And just recently, of course, we saw Yusuf Dati on his knees to the president. So anywhere belle face.
Well, if he said that he wouldn't want to accept the appointment now, people will say that we find it in another narrative. Well, if you find it, it's nation building. So if you find it that he has something to contribute in that regard, I support her. Let her go on and do it. You understand? After all, Wike is a minister of FCT today, even still in PDP. So if the woman find it that she has something to contribute to we are still building a one nation where we want to make our economy better. So anybody that find himself capable to do that, let them continue. Do you want me to say
the question is she still an obedient first? Is she still an obedient?
Whether she is or not, being an obedient doesn't mean that she's not a Nigerian.
Well, if she's obedient, is she the full fat version or the diet version? Does it mean
that obedience are not Nigerian?
What are down obedient?
It doesn't mean that obedient are not Nigerians. If the government is for only Tinubu and APC, then you would have come out to say this government will not accept anybody that is not from APC. Then we will agree on that. But as far as she's a Nigerian, she has the right to work for Nigeria in any capacity, in any field that she feels that he has the capacity to work. You understand? So I don't see what being an obedient has to do with that. And I will not condemn her for that or say that she's anywhere belly face or whatever you want to put it. You understand? So because at least we have an obedient in the system. You understand? So let them join hands and build the economy so that all this complaint and people think we are complaining because it's because of obedience. We're complaining because the country is not working. So anywhere you find an individual that can help and make the country work, whether an obedient or whatever you want to put it. Well, as far as Nigeria works, that's my own one man.
All right. Let me take you to this final. Pardon me. Let me take you to this final space, and then we move the conversation on. Most kidnappings in FCT are stage managed. This is Yemsen Wike telling us that in that kidnapping space, all might not be as it appears to be. Do you have some sympathy with what he's saying? Are you convinced that, or are you of that thought that a lot of this so-called kidnappings are just Sakama J, Babima Babe, abracadabra?
Well, I blame Wike because he knows how to talk. How can he say that kidnapping are stage managed? And I even had that even the one that happened in Kaduna is also state managed. So in a very short time now, they will tell us that nobody is kidnapped. Then we now forget what happened in Kaduna and in other part of the state. Then if they're not able to rescue the victims, let them say it, not just to come out and cover it with some sort of English, so that at the end of the day, they'll say, we told you that it is stage managed. Let the government face the reality and fight insecurity. Nobody will fake his kidnapping just to take money from government or whatever. You understand? So
and what are you making of Tinubu's position that he's not going to pay a dime to any kidnappers, that they should do their worst? Because that's his response to that ludicrous ransom demand from the kidnappers.
Well, I don't believe in paying kidnappers. So if he is saying that, then it means that he's listening to the people and the narrative that is going out there, paying kidnappers dime. But he must put or equipped the militaries or the security personnel to rescue those girls that were, or those school girls that were students that were kidnapped. It's not just saying it. There must be an effort to rescue those guys. You understand? People shouldn't be in the bush in their country. I support him because when I have somebody like what is that? That Islamic rally.
Shegumi.
That guy is getting me irritated every day by day.
You know why that guy has not been picked up? He's one of the biggest mysteries.
It's because I don't know. That's the one of the things that happened in this country. This some part of the nation feel that they are more privileged, they are more Nigerians than other people. I cannot see a Southerner making such comment and still be walking freely in the road. For me, he is the first suspect. He is the first suspect.
Gumi is very influential. He has the backing of Peter Obi, so they cannot arrest him.
Now you know what is this one saying? For me, he's a very for me, that guy is not supposed to be walking free in Nigeria today. You see him take pictures with all these kidnappers. At the end of the day, you see him handling money to them. The pictures are out there, and the Nigerian government are keeping quiet. Go and pick this guy. Let him tell us who is this pig. You cannot tell me that with all the pictures you have saw him posting with kidnappers and all those stuff, that he didn't know them. At least he will know one or two of them. So get him arrested so that he will show us one or two people that are involved in this kidnapping. You are telling us that negotiation is part of Islam or whatever, however you want to put it. So the government should go on to negotiate, wasting people's money in nothing. Money we are supposed to be using to develop our country. We can dash it to some individuals because they know how to kidnap. It's quite unfortunate. They're demanding 40 trillion. 2 years cycle budget. That is what they're demanding from us.
What Islam said is that kidnapping is not part of Islam. instead of saying that negotiation terrorists is part of
Yes.
it's a
You see where they contradict themselves.
yes.
When he makes such statement now, how does that discourage kidnapping in our country? It will encourage it. Because people know that whenever they kidnap, the government will always negotiate. So I don't expect Tinubu to negotiate with them. But he must, before he says that, I want to believe that he has a strategy to get those guys out of that bush. So that is it. We have to be discouraging this paying ransoms and all that, because that is the reason why they do it more. So I support him in that. But I want to hear good news in a few days' time that those guys are being released. It's not only talking. We need action, because the problem we have in our system is a lot of theory without implementation. That's the problem we have. And let them not go to the back and pay ransom and come and tell us that they never pay anything. It also happens in our system. You understand? So that is why when I say that I don't trust this APC government, people begin to tackle me. They can do anything. They can go to the back when the president has now come out and say we are not paying any ransom. They can still go mingle at the back and pay the ransom and come and tell us, Shebi president said that we are not paying any ransom. Just like the fuel subsidy. You understand? So you know what is happening. So just like the fuel subsidy, that they are subsidizing fuel for us at the rate of 650. So it's still the government. The government needs to be more transparent to the people, so that whenever they say things, we believe them. It's not my fault that I don't believe them, because I've seen many instances that they have done a lot of things that is not convincing to me. So that is it. Let them not go to the back and pay that ransom and rescue them and come and tell us that they pay the ransom. So I support him in that one, man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Ekene, of course, who doesn't hold back on anything. So the elegant Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. Let's go from here, Ekene. Let's go to Charles. I'll see if he's ready. Charles, you ready?
No. Why are you jumping me now? Why?
Okay. If you are ready, then you come in. I thought you were not ready. So let's come to you.
That's 1 hour ago now.
All right, let's come to you then. Where do you want to start it from? Do you want to start it from this food hub that Tinubu, that Sanwo-Olu rather is creating all over Lagos State?
Well, let me start it from the issue of fertilizer intervention by the CBN governor. Okay. Because I wanted to chip in something with Ekene, he refused. And Ekene, when we're having conversations, stop this. You come and defend everything, you defend anything. That's condescending. Let me share my views. You share your own. Let's rub minds. It's like I want to talk. You guys just, I don't know what's for me that how that is becoming a thing. We must not have the same opinion on every issue or any issue for that matter. And when you say your own, I can say my own. I can contradict you. When you put that falsehood out there, I can, and you don't make it like sound as if, I mean, it's not fair. I have conversation. I stand the right to disagree with you, especially when I contrary with you. Yeah, state your own, I state my own. And because you've said this repeatedly, severally. Anyhow, that's by the way. On the issue of there's a complete misrepresentation in what you said on the CBN, because the CBN governor was very clear that they were going to partner, that CBN was not going to throw money. Now, the difference between what is happening now and what happened then was that CBN then, under Emefiele, was anchoring the anchor borrower directly with farmers, directly with CBN money. What CBN is doing now is, there was a loan with Ministry of Agri. Ministry of Agri was not involved with the anchor borrower or something. It was a complete CBN initiative. And the man said, if they need to partner, now they are not bringing out their money, but the money maybe is going to be, because there are huge sum of money that is coming between Germany and which other country is that? That is going to be funded by a source for the disbursement, whatever is what CBN is about. And the man never said they were not going to. Now, there's a project, there's an issue on ground that they need to, and whether they are going to use their facility or their mechanism to help them, but CBN is not doling out that money. That is where it is different. Because the way you're presenting it, that they are continuing the same way. After all, I said that it will continue in Tinubu's Buhari's project. So sometimes, yeah, we can criticize objectively, but be factual about it, not necessarily to deliberately model up things. And if we don't know, let's admit we don't know. There's no big deal. Nobody knows everything. We can always agree we don't know certain things. So it's completely different. I went back to listen to the interview of where the man said that we are not going to go in that interventionist as in funding. People are deliberately twisting what he said. On the issue of CBN, student loan or no student loan, hey, it's like you want to build a two-story building and you have finished and you have done everything in the plan, a drawing plan, and you just suddenly realize that, oh, you need to add another floor to it because you want to put doctor's quarters on top. And you just say, okay, don't worry, keep building. When you just get to the top, you build up, you put doctor's quarters there. Even if it is just half of the way, it's not go. You have to revisit again the strength. You go back to the structural. Now, the simplest thing is they have created a portal. The portal only has a room for certain categories of students. Now they are including, they go back to the portal and re-engineer it, they all redesign or just add some things to it so that it's not going to be 2 or 3 different portals. It's the same portal they are going to use. But if you are going to click here, and it will take you to your, if you are going to do this one, click here, it will take you differently to different place. And the man in his word said they are doing some work in the background. And they asked him, he never used the word postpone. He said he cannot, unfortunately, he cannot commit, cannot just say it's tomorrow, it's next tomorrow. Maybe he did not want to commit it. They say, okay, with the work they have told me they are going to complete it in 1 week.
He said he cannot commit to a specific time scale.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I said. That he said he cannot commit. Maybe they have told him, oh, it's going to take 1 week. But he knows the kind of situation we find ourselves. I don't want to say 1 week. And they say, please give us 3 more days. And it will become an issue. So, okay, but we are going to, we're coming there. The important thing is that there is small progress. I see the positives rather than the negatives. I see that they're working on it. And the man never said, when they begin, most all the news were using indefinite suspension, and some people were celebrating it. That we told you it's going to fail, and that really irks me a little bit. IRKS. I don't know how they pronounce it. That really kind of disturbed me because you see some people when things don't go wrong, even in their tone, even though they try to veil it, you see some kind of example. We told you before, they cannot do it. They can never get it right. And that was why I was making reference to what I think it was Adewale or Babati that said it then. That look, when they launch this thing, it's going to crash. Obamacare, with all the technology, when it crashed woefully. I said, Obamacare, here, it crashed. They have to re-engineer it and they did a lot of also. If they launch it in Nigeria with the volume of people that want to go on it, tendencies are that it will crash and they will rebuild and they will repair and we'll take it off from there. Look, there is nobody that walks or learn to walk without falling. It is when you fall, you rise up. That's how they say monkey learns to jump from tree to tree. The first attempt, the second attempt, maybe to the 10th attempt, but you keep. The great basketballer said, the people see him, they celebrate his success. Look, that he has failed 99 times before getting it right. It is only the one that you see outside that we people have their challenge. So the fact that some of us celebrate when things go wrong, when security lapses somewhere, when they want to do something and they did not succeed, that's why I was making reference to that issue. There must be an end to politics and politicking. We cannot always get it right in our own endeavors. We do some things, you are doing some projects, you get somewhere, you realize that you have to turn around. Yes, please.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say it is the nature. It is the nature. Oppositions never give a sitting government credit for anything. They look to diminish it. I suspect that hold on. I suspect that is what goes on in America as well. That's certainly what goes on in this country. They look to diminish it. They look to downplay it. They look to undermine it. So there is nothing the obedient or the articulated, whatever. There's nothing they are doing that is not and it's not even unpatriotic is just politics.
When it is politics, I believe there's always an end to politics. When you see Americans discussing America today, it is not about politics, about things that will favor individuals, about things that is affecting the welfare, that is going to affect the welfare of Americans. There is always unity. They are always united on that. We leave politics. We allow too much politics to dominate our own governance. That's by the way. I just believe that. Look, when politics is gone, something that will benefit. I'm not going to go to school. If I'm going to go to school, I'm sure they will not give me loan. But there are people that will benefit from this. So that there is a little hiccup, and hiccups do happen. There's a little hiccup does not mean that the project has failed. The way some people celebrate the hiccup is like they don't even want you to succeed. That's an issue. Anyhow, on the issue of the Niger Republic, my position is still the same. Like I said earlier on, look, fact of the matter is that the president took the decision that was right then. And I am sure he had opportunity, he had access to very sound professional advice and counsel, both locally and internationally. Calling Tinubu the stooge of the West, I won't respond to that. Calling that is a stooge of the West, that is a puppet here. Was puppet. I mean, I don't think that was right. Apart from the fact that it's not charitable, I don't think that was right. If you want to take a leap, you look very well. Sometimes it's even good to take something to take to check the depth of where you are leaping into. Any leader that is afraid of getting it wrong will never get it right. Now, okay, because I'm afraid I don't want to fail, so I'm not going to try. That's what made difference between people that they do us and just talkers. People that don't things, they will fail. You fail again, you do it again. You fail again, you try it again. Is that because somebody failed and that means a failure? Failure is not fatal. It's only when you quit trying that is fatal. So the president have access, and the president has acted in the best interest of the country and the sub-region, and even for the Nigerians, because it is about them. Because the number of forces that things could have degenerated. Sudan is what it is today. Go and see it. It's almost becoming a failed state. Look at what happened in Haiti. The one that called himself barbecue. Now is now America wants to send Marines to the place to go and help to restore, because the prime minister or the president has fled. Things probably they could have done a stitch in time, according to the ones they used to say. They say saves 9, but when you leave it to tier from first tier to second tier, before you know it, you reach third tier and 10th tier. And look, certain things are not subject to what do you call it? It's not about popularity is not. Leadership and good governance is not popularity contest. It's not because you do what everybody will clap for you. No, that's not it. Even when 99 out of 100 people go turn against you and you are convinced that you are taking the right decision, that is the hallmark of a leader. It is not because some people are clapping and they are singing kumbaya because people are doing something. Even the madmen on the street, when you see people gather around them, you will be wondering. And some people say things, you see something, one say it's in that Boski by something, and you see people jamming hands. And so for me, it is not about popularity. When we are speaking here, it's not about, I don't want to be popular, I'm not contesting with everybody. I'm putting facts out that can be contested. So I agree. The president took a decision. Nations of the world have gone to war. I read Henry Kissinger. He wrote a memo, America's most senseless wars. But yeah, that was his opinion, because he was a very erudite scholar, a writer, a diplomat by excellence. But he condemned a lot of the wars America have gone into. But America will never admit that they went to any war that was not justified. Even the most senseless wars, like going to Vietnam, like going to Afghanistan, they will still defend it, and they will still hold their heads high. You have hundreds of thousands of veterans that have been disabled as a result of that. Nobody will tell you it was a wrong decision for America, even if it's just out of patriotism. No, America went and disgraced themselves. Americans will tell you that. It is individuals that will whisper it, who call on the mountain top and say, oh, America came back, they were disgraced part of. Even if they were, they won't come out and say it. For somebody to come on platform because you have the ears of people, see Nigeria were disgraced, act of Tinubu was disgraced from Niger. I don't think so. I think he did what he was supposed to do based on available facts, information, and sound diplomatic counsel at that particular time. The issue of Lagos food hub, yes.
Oh, no, go on. I wanted to take you to a different topic, but go to that topic. I think you're interested in that.
Can I ask Bishop a question? Can Tinubu ever do wrong?
How can you be asking me that question? Is that Ajanle Koko?
Have you ever done anything wrong?
Ajanle Koko, between you and I, can you be very truthful to yourself and tell me that I have never called out Tinubu on this platform? Just say that, and I will just rest it there. Honestly.
No, because
have I never called out Tinubu out on this platform? No, just answer that question. It's a simple yes or no. Just go ahead and answer me. Have I never called out Tinubu severally on this platform? Just tell me yes or no. Be very sincere to yourself.
Can we put the percentage when you have condemned him? And
even if it is 10%, even if it is just 10%, if it's just 1 out of 10, you said, can he ever? Like I've never. Even if it is just 1 out of 10.
Okay, so
just withdraw what you just said.
So
it's unnecessary blackmail.
What I'm saying is that, so you are saying, oh, he got the best of the best advice. The best of the best advice at that time, and does that do that? It's not a wrong decision. It's not a wrong advice.
No. Nah. Okay. Let's look at this.
Every advice and every action taken. You know, the fact that you have experts around you doesn't mean that they can advise you wrongly. That's the point I'm making, because you are making it look like, oh, he consulted. They give him the best of the best advice. And he did the best of the best advice. So the same people that give him the best of the best advice to carry out a wrong decision are the same people who have advised him now to retract it.
Okay.
And then open up the
scope. Now, let me answer your question with a question. Have you ever had the best of advice? And the best of interest questions. I don't know my thing. I don't see anything. Sorry, I don't know. Something is interrupting me. So, can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, we can hear you. Carry on.
Yeah. My question is to Ajanle Koko. The best of advice, the best of counsel, the best of circumstances. Is it all the time that it brings the best of results? Hello.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right, Karen. I think Ajanle Koko has abandoned that. So if you want to go to the Lagos,
the best of advice, I think Ajanle Koko just something. Sometimes you have the best of advice, the best of intention, the best of execution, and it doesn't even give you the best of results. So what do you do in such a situation? The best advice, the best counsel, the best circumstances, the best situation can still turn out with the worst, in fact, a disastrous result. We've seen it happen before.
In reference to this Tinubu's action, he has not got the best advice. He has not gotten.
That is subjective. That's a subjective analysis. No, that is subjective. That is to you. Okay.
All right. It's happy for you to move on. So if you want to go
Ajanle Koko, you're like Senator Neji. Everybody's against you. You cannot open.
Look at that. Is it 3 months suspension without pay?
Don't open Tinubu's national unless they will suspend you from this platform.
Possible.
Now Tinubu we go suspend instead.
All right, carry on, Bishop.
So on the issue of the feeding, not feeding now, Lagos food hub, it's going to have multiplying effect in bringing some little bit of succor. It is still a subsidy. They said we are going to subsidize it for 25%. I pray, because I had something which I really don't want to share. Some people that went there People actually were beginning to go there multiple times and beginning to go and resell. Unfortunately, Nigeria is only wants to take advantage. But if there is enough supply, it's going to drive that even price in the outside market, because the pressure of people going there will reduce a little bit. So that is part of the thing that government should do. Take decision and initiative that is going to make life a little bit easier. If the money that they are spending is Lagos State money, so be it. In as much as it is bringing some kind of respite to people and reducing the price of food, I mean, good enough. Let's pray that other states have what it takes to be able to emulate and take, I mean, it might not be at the scale of Lagos State, but at least let them do small things. But at the same time, let's hope and pray that people will be patriotic enough not to want to sabotage it. Because, I mean, I heard of that people have turned it to a go to one spot and buy it and go to another spot and buy it, and they're already selling to people, which is unfortunate. But people will always look for how to profiteer. So yeah, kudos to Lagos State government, but let them do more, please. That's my appeal. So you were asking me. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to take you to this. Rep summoned cement manufacturers over arbitrary increase in prices at that space.
Yeah, I think I because of time, I'll just say, I've made my contribution on that. I think it is not because of what happened. It is okay. How do we forestall such an occurrence again? So let's look at it. Yoruba used to say, like I said earlier on, there's an adage, even in the oil industry, there is something you used to write, LFI, learning from incident. When things happen, come and do a pressure, you do a review. Even the one that succeed, you want to look at, okay, how many man hour did we lose? What happened? Who did what? Safety measures, HSC, and not even just because safety, eventually they change it to safety and apart the life of individual. There was a time that Shell introduced something they used to call work-life balance. After you have sat down at your desk for some few hours, you must stand up and take a stretch. Even for their drivers, they say you can only drive, I think, whether 80 miles or 80 kilometers within before you take it. You drive for some hours before you take a 15 minutes walk. You must park. They put something like a tracker in their vehicle so that when you drive, after some time, the thing will beep you. They call it a name. So that you will take a 15 minutes walk, you waka go up, waka go down, so that blood can flow. You exercise your hand and the rest. These are based on what they have learned, people's lifestyle, how working long hours, sitting down, impact them negatively. So people do a review, performance evaluation review, and they say, oh, how can we improve not just the work, but the life of people? So if something happened and it was very unprecedented, I think it would be irresponsible of the National Assembly or whoever it is, and say, let's look what happened. Let's take a second look at this. How can we prevent it? So it is not to apportion blame. It is not necessarily because they want to remedy. No, it is to forestall because the price is beginning to stabilize. I mean, somebody bought cement for 6,850 in Ibadan today, 6,750 in Ibadan today. So that means if we are talking of 13, 14, 15,000 at some point, and it's almost 50%. So what happened in that? So if they are doing that, let's review so that let's call these people. What happened? Which was the weakest link that made this need to happen? Let's look at the whole gamut of the value chain. Where did it go wrong? So, and they are able to see it. I think it is going to be very good for every one of us. Knee-jerk reaction. That why didn't they do it when the thing was going on? Will have just amounted to a knee-jerk reaction, and most times it doesn't really give the kind of results that we want. So for me, I think it's a good thing. And whatever something will come out of it. Irrespective, they might not be able to remedy what has happened, but at least they can forestall a reoccurrence. If it is some people that sat somewhere and put so much will in the spanner in the wheel of progress so that they can profiteer, they should be able to trace it so that it can either bring them to book or forestall future reoccurrence. I mean, put some guards and checks in place so that it will not happen again. So that is that on that.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me take you to one final space, Bishop. Most kidnappings in FCT state managed. This is James Mwike, the minister for that space. And just as an addendum to that, Do you think the minister of FCT should it be an elective post? Should it be an elected post rather than an appointed post? But first
Okay.
to his comment and then add that at the tail end.
Okay, if Wike had come with 4-5 facts that they have busted, you know when that Ekiti pastor staged his own kidnap that time? You remember that time? That he believed that he went and stayed the 1 to 10 and they were negotiating. That he wanted, that one was state managed. There was another girl, I don't know the state he was from where in the east or something. And there's another girl again from Ekiti also that they said the father did not support the marriage. So if Wike had come with evidence, if it's just only 2 or 3, that this particular the one that happens also, this is how it was, you can just come and throw that empty, that blanket something that it was state managed. I won't buy that. If he had come with 2 or 3 evidence that look, we catch this one when they wanted to collect the ransom, we caught them and discovered that the relation or the plan it or the scheme it, that would have been more effective. So just coming out to say it, does he want me to just take his word for it? You should have allowed the police to bring us evidence that okay, out of the 7 kidnappings that happened, 4 turned out to be stage managed, and we have got so that were involved. This is how we went through it. So just coming to through it, I would just say, what kind of lamba is that? It is not impossible. I'm not saying it is lying, but I'm saying you should have gone a little bit further to say that to put evidence out there to back up, to buttress what he has said, to back it up and tell us. Hello? Is somebody saying something? Hello?
Sorry, that was Charles. It was unmuted.
Okay.
But carry on. Yeah, bring it home and then we go on to Charles.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were asking me, should he be elected? Is a constitutional thing. Is a minister for now. Maybe they want to change the status to the mayor of Abuja. Maybe they want to do some tinkering.
Yes, I think that's more suited for like a mayoral sort of a thing rather than a state or a minister.
So if they want to do that, it has to, the constitution has to be tinkered with first. And if people suggest it and it's going to work, why not? Yeah, the only thing is this is going to be, you see, there is a danger in Abuja because of the kind of demography that occupies that place. Let's remember that it's actually some people's land, even though it's the federal capital territory that's been taken over. And the challenge will come when we say, for example, we never can tell if the capital moves from Abuja tomorrow for whatever reason, just assuming, I'm not saying it's going to move, if it moves to another place tomorrow, what happens to the immovable investment in Abuja? Do we now become a scrambling and partition? The highest bidder, everybody will just come and all they will say, look, the owners of Abuja that were pursued out for social reasons, let them come back and take their land. It's going to be very contentious because many years ago, the debate about some of the things that federal government had in Lagos, and then that time there was an explanation to it. Some of the things, look, that's why the federal secretariat is still like abandoned to today. There are some things that Lagos State gave to you when you came. Then you are not using it again. You should give it back to the inhabitants, to the original owners of the land. You cannot just be holding on to it and say where it is. No, it shouldn't be. But because that is morally, that's the way it's supposed to be. That you should give it back to the other. So if Abuja is moving, so if you are going to say Millionaire, what will qualify people to leave, to come and contest? Everybody that has lived there, and it can be such done that it's only, it's going to be dominated. So it's going to bring some political, whatever, what do I call it, a constitutional issue, not political now. So if they agree and they are going to think out with the constitution, I think it's going to be, it's going to work out for everybody. But whatever decision they take, the implementation must be people centered first. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that's the majestic Bishop. So thank you, Bishop. We go from Bishop to Charles. If we can wrestle him from the attention of his daughter. Was that your daughter, Charles, that we were hearing in the background? Charles? You see, when we want him to unmute, he would unmute. When we want him muted, he will unmute. This is Charles. Let's go to Kulata. See if he wants to. Am I still being heard? By the way.
One, give me a few seconds.
All right, let's go to Akim. Akim, hopefully you are there. Let's go to Folly B. All right. So, Ajale Koko, it's one of those ones. So I'm going to shut it down in a moment. Anyway, yeah.
Only took me on 2 key points. Take me to another point.
All right. So did you speak on this kidnapping in the FCT or
no?
But let me actually give you this one because this one it really intrigues me. This was the one that got me excited. Incredible gratitude fills the hearts of Lagosians as they extend their sincerest appreciation to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for his decision to introduce a 20% discount on our food items. So let me play you this clip. I'm not sure. Are you aware that Sanwo-Olu is building all these food hubs all over Lagos State? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I'm aware.
All right. So here is the latest one now, and here is the on the ground experience of our Lagos. Yes, it's yes. Where is it? But it disappeared. Yes. So here is the on the ground experience of Lagosians.
People always want to come back, buying food items and then getting some certain amount back for buying from the market. So I think it's an awesome experience, and the prices too are really good.
The market is trying. At least with what I've seen here, I'll be coming here to shop. At least they are relieving people from a lot of stress of going to the markets, and even financially they are helping us. I can see that a lot of things are selling here. They are selling that they reduced price. That is good. That's Sanwo-Olu is trying.
It's just once a week, but I mean the market can see. Everywhere is filled up, and some of the things are even finished. Aside that, a lot of prices are actually good. They are on point. Because before I came down here, I priced the watermelon, which was priced for 3,000 pounds. I came here and I got for 1,005. If I can get my tuber of yams on 1,715, it's awesome compared to what we have in the market price. So I want to urge Lagos State to take it bigger. This cannot contain us, especially now that when we have festive period coming up, and the Christmas or Ramadan, there's this to expand. And we'll be happy to come again. Thank you so much. It's been wonderful. The prices are awesome.
Okay, so that's just a snippet of what is going on there. But the first thing is quite intriguing to see a hijabbed up woman actually speaking good English. So I never knew that was allowed. But this initiative by Sanwo-Olu Ajanle Koko is opening this warehouse industrial style. It's almost like a farmer's market sort of concept. And it's opening it. I think this is about the third or fourth one that I'm seeing now, where our government orchestrates that space, especially the pricing, and if subsidy is needed, they subsidized at that control space. So, what are you making of this initiative by Sanwo-Olu? Is this something you approve of? Would you like to see an expansion of it? And almost certainly, are we looking to it being replicated in other states of the country?
Look, woman, it's a good initiative. And the question I want to ask, is it everyday market or maybe weekly?
I think it's weekly from what that woman was just reporting there.
Okay, weekly market. It's good. It's a kind of like what we have here, like farmers market. So what we are going to see is that this will create opportunity for big farmers, big time farmer. It's an opportunity for them to take their food straight to this point instead of looking for a buyer somewhere, because once they can have an arrangement with the government to bring their food there, I think it will make it more easier for them to bring in their food and then sell it at one time for a cheaper price, in order to help, the people, big population in Lagos to get food at a very good price. So it's a good initiative, and I would like them to expand on it to many parts of Lagos State. And what we are going to be saying is a lot of people will be waiting for this market in their areas once a week. It's good. And I don't know if it's in line with the policy that Tinubu promised to implement. I think he was saying that he's going to have a what did Tinubu what was in his manifesto? Is it kind of
is it not commodities board and
commodities board?
And food silos all over the country?
Yeah, I think it's in line with this commodities board stuff. They can just bring in their food and at a very good price, and through the government they can have their food sold directly to the public at a very cheap price. So because this food is coming directly from the farmers there, so it's not going through middlemen. It's just going through this, and before we know it, it's going to open an avenue for farmers across the country to bring in their food, because they know once it's brought there, they're going to sell it at one time. They are not. It's not going to be. They are not going to have a middleman, and they are chasing someone for money, and so they just bring it there. They already done their calculation. This is what I'm bringing. I know I'm selling it at a reduced price. This is what I'm making. And if you facilitate, encourage farmers to bring their food directly there weekly, on a weekly basis. So it's a good initiative, and I believe it's going to expand, because it might attract private investors to partner with government to do this kind of thing. So what we are going to see in the future is that private investor will partner with government, to achieve this effort, better, So it's a good initiative. I commend the governor. I'm telling you, one man, that guy, among all the governors in Lagos.
It just you remember when we say we, let me not say we but reduce it to I, because I know you've always admired him. Remember when I used to mock this guy? But I have to take my word. He's fast. I cannot think of a better governor that he just fits that Lagos space so perfectly. He's young, he's funky, he's futuristic, is brave in decisions, is expansionist, is innovative, is creative, is in tune. Remember during that NSAS, and he went into the middle of those people and said, "What is the problem? Go talk to me. I'm one of you." And then this O2 thing that is building in Lagos. Let me show you another headline. Do you know that? Of course, you know that a lot of young people, all they ever do is just Xbox, Minecraft, all this sort of. Do you know that somebody is trying to tap into that market, the gaming market? Look, it's already there. So I mean, it just fits so perfectly.
It's full of ideas, futuristic ideas, and it's just a silent achiever. He just do things and keep doing things, and from one thing to the other. It doesn't make too much noise. It doesn't brag. Not too much politics like his father Tinubu, that too much noise. But this guy, well calculated, and he follow through what he's pursuing vigorously and deliver. That is the best thing I like in him. Deliverance of promise and promises. That is what I like, and I admire people like that. He have his own shortcoming, but look at what he did. Like what you are referring to, the answers. He said, "Guys, give me your demand, and I will take you to the president tonight." And he flew to that Abuja that very night. That's a leader. That's a leader that you can. And right there, they call him Soros. Okay, he didn't even bother. He said,
if that crowd decided to rush him, there's nothing the security could have done about it, because they could have easily overwhelmed them. Because it took a real risk with that. If they wanted to rush him, how many of them would they shoot before they? Because he was right in the middle of them, and they circled around him. So I mean, what happened? If they wanted to rush him, there was nothing security could have done.
No, and look at him that day. He wasn't wearing agbada. He was wearing just only t-shirt and polo shirt and trousers. It looked like the people. And he said, "Give me your demand. I'm promising you now. I am taking it to Abuja right away." And what he was trying to do, he wanted a solution to that problem. He believed taking their demand to the Abuja and Abuja comply, that will take them out of the road. He wanted peace. He wanted good thing for his state. It's a guy that he plan and execute.
And but is it not a Tinubu credit though? Yeah,
no, it's not Tinubu credit. The guy is just doing it. It's a fantastic guy.
But when Tinubu was getting rid of Ambode and putting him there, you were all against that.
Huh?
I said when Tinubu was getting rid of Ambode and putting him there, you were all against that.
We know Tinubu is an impositioner, or how do I describe it? Imposer, being positioner, how do I describe it? He'd like to impose, but that one by the wayside, he got him there. But it's one thing. It's like what they say is that it's one thing to get you job, it's another thing for you to do the job. So people that got you the job will not do the job for you. So they got him that job, but this guy is doing the job fantastically, and we have to credit him for that. Look, it's in the next 2-3 years, you will see this farmers market is going to become an institution in the state. Everybody, it's going to spread to many local governments, and it's going to be part of.
You see, there's an offshoot effect. I can't think of the right term. Off the back of, because in one of the accounts, some lady was saying she priced watermelon and it was 3,400, but when she got into that farmers market, it was 1,500. So now the next interaction she will have with the sellers outside is that, why are the prices in those hubs, those food hubs, they could well start to force down the price at the open market because the gap would be too wide. So that could be an offshoot. That could be an incidental effect of that. Yeah.
Savings on that watermelon. On that watermelon, it's like 2,000 naira savings, from 3,500 to 1,500, isn't it? 2,000 naira.
Well, close enough. From 3,400 to 1,500. So yes, more or less 2,000 naira savings. Yeah.
Almost, that is huge. It's a huge saving. It's a huge saving. And look, what this market has brought now to the state, it's going to create job, revenue for the state, create job for the people, revenue for the state, and small business growth. Because look at all this. This is very, very simple to govern. It's not hard. It's just an idea. We want to do this, bring an innovative idea, implement it, and make it work for the people. It's working for the people of Lagos State. So people that are buying there now, they're going to be saying, before you know, ọjà kí ló ti ń pè, ọjà Sanwó-Olú la mà ti lọ ń ra kíní yìí. You know the way Yoruba people used to show appreciation to good governance. Ọjà Sanwó-Olú la ti ń rà. And that will spread his name in good note to all Lagosians. So it's commendable. I like this guy. Look at the way he's building the station. What do you call the rail? The rail.
And the modern bus term. This guy is wanting to turn Lagos into one of the players on the global stage. I think that's what he's trying to achieve. And the moment they give him guns, which is state police, then he will perfect that plan. The intra-rail system, the new, he's building a new airport as well. The O2 Arena, the gaming something, the food hubs, the fourth mainland or fifth mainland, all of these things.
And what do
then it'll be London, Paris, New York, Lagos.
Yes, and it's building this actor village, or what you remember that?
Yes, for the entertainment industry. It's just it's actually targeting African traffic. It's not in Nigeria anymore. That's just what we have to say. Lagos State is not in Nigeria anymore. Yeah,
he's arguably the best governor of Lagos State.
That is it.
Honestly speaking, arguably.
And I wish people can just give him that credit and not attach the credit to somebody. Oh, somebody built the Kinikon, he make it possible for you. No, he's doing it. This is his time, and he's doing his job, and people should give that credit to this guy. He's a forthright guy. He laid down his plan. He pursued it vigorously, delivered, and transformed.
Except when he's using Lagos State money to chase girls and paying for.
That's allowed, man. That's okay.
Remember when they went to higher Caribbean islands to go and celebrate a side chick?
One man, ìyẹn lòbí ti kọ ní pé ọmọ tó ṣiṣẹ́ déédéé ó yẹ kó lásìkò ìgbádùn ìgbà tí ó fi jayé leave below ó lọ jayé ní jayé orí ẹ̀. But we have to give him that credit.
Yeah.
And people should give this credit to him and not attach it to anybody.
No, that attachment has to be there because Tinubu is the facilitator. Yeah. Go on, Bishop.
1 second. I want to put Ajale Koko's leg. So, but do we agree that there was everything that Sanwo-Olu had done so far? Kudos, credit, and I celebrate. I join you in celebrating. Were planned of that 25 years Tinubu's master plan that he launched in 2001 or something. Do we agree that all of them, including the red raid, everything? I'm not talking of the food something. So anyhow, even if it's only 10%, the fact that it's been able to, the plans were there and the succession is working, and they've been able to continue. I think we should, even if it's only 1.5%, credit to Tinubu. I know you won't like that, but please just manage 1.5%. Okay.
You guys should just forget about this nonsense plan.
How can you call it nonsense?
Yeah, you said nonsense that people will say nonsense. Oh, it's a plan. Somebody plan.
Okay, hold on. Let me refresh your memory.
This guy.
Let me refresh your memory.
It is his own time, and should be given.
Hold on, Bishop. Ajale Koko, this comment from Adeola Ogunleye. He says that you blame Tinubu for bringing Buhari, but dissociate Sanwo-Olu from Tinubu when he's performing. I'm not quite sure if it's a roundabout way of calling you a hypocrite. Adeola,
What's it gone? Thank you. Look, let me tell you. He is the governor of Lagos State. He is the one that is doing this job. It is not Tinubu.
We are not saying
If you
Tinubu is
have
doing it.
refused to
We
do
are
the
saying
job, if you have done it different way or pursue a different route,
it would have been removed. It would have been removed. Just like Ambode, it would have been removed.
Well, today, sorry, one more thing. Today, when we talk of Singapore, everybody is still talking of Lee Kuan Yew, because of what he was able to establish and the succession, even though he ruled for 19 years or thereabout, but at least even things that have been done long after he has gone, because foundation matters. Tinubu went to where many years ago, and this issue of red rail, some people are saying, oh, it took them long. The time it took them to accomplish it is not really what matters. Like, people were working to the plan. Yeah, maybe funding in some instances, administration, but the important thing is that there was a plan, and that plan is being implemented. So kudos to everybody that contributed, even if it is firewood or water. Kudos to every one of them.
You see, you guys can be so funny sometimes. When you're talking about this light rail, the idea is not even Tinubu, it's Alati Jakonde. All right? And it would have been built long time ago. So this idea, Tinubu,
the mapping of it is Tinubu, though. Who mapped it? I think Tinubu mapped it. Tinubu mapped it.
It's already mapped down. But look, all these things, the rail, the what do you call it? The transport system, the ferry, all these things were master plan of Alati Jakonde, and Jakonde already started it. There was ferry during the time of Alhaji Jakonde. There was Lagos State Transport Services that was working efficiently well, and the rail service, this interstate rail service was already they've already at the beginning point when Buhari struck with his coup. And he already facilitated the fund. He has paid 50% of this of the contract value of this. Machinery already landed. They're about to start this thing. That was what happened. So you can't say, oh, it's Tinubu that this train that. No, it's Alhaji Jakonde. Why are you guys not saying, oh, let's give credit to Alhaji Jakonde? Why everything Tinubu? This guy is doing his job. Give him the credit and not overshadow his hard work with that man that couldn't achieve, because we don't see anything that he achieved for the whole 8 years he governed. What are the structure? What are the physical structure we can see that he put on the ground? Look, give this credit to this guy.
Remember, we went through that. You say, what are the? Remember, there was a time we just could. When we were in that, a lot of the physical, I can't say it off memory, but we've done it in several sessions. So many things that he did in terms of physical structure.
This guy is expanding the children hospital. He's expanding the children hospital. Is going to be the best in Africa. But when it's completed, there are a lot of things that this guy is doing. For God's sake, can we give him credit? I don't want to charge his achievement with anybody. I want to give it to him.
Yeah, you can't give it to him 100% now, because it's following a roadmap laid down by somebody else.
And I'm a roadmap. Then I'm giving it 100%, and that.
Yes, 100% for the implementation. Yes, of course. And hold on, Bishop. And it's had innovations of its own as well, especially this arena that is building. That the entertainment hub that I think is putting it in Ekpe, and it's done a lot of innovations of its own initiative. But the heavy the backbone, the grit that holds it all together, the heavy lifts the importance, they are all from the master plan, which is somebody else's master plan.
I don't know the master plan that you people are just talking about.
It's in Alausa, by the way. If you ever wondered, it's in Alausa. If you want to say the Tinubu master plan is in Alausa, is in public view.
All this master plan has been in Alausa since Jakonde time. So when he came in and lifted up that master plan and rewrite it, and then you are saying that this thing, it is Jakonde master plan.
Banana Island was Jakonde's master plan. The recovery of land from the Atlantic Ocean, that was all of these things. The Lekki that he created, all of these things.
Hold on one man. For that Atlantic, I give that to Tinubu. That's a physical structure that I can point to that, look.
So Banana Island is not Jakonde, Abi. Okay. We're getting somewhere.
Look, this guy, just give it to him. He has done well. He has brought in his own plan as well that he follow. He has,
until the Tinubu hegemony has been broken in Lagos State, every succeeding administration, a lot of their credit will still go to him. Unless of course his hegemony is broken. That's the only time then you can say, because he created a master plan and everything still falls within that. So I mean.
Well, I just want a situation where someone that really worked hard, that followed everything, ensure that everything is put on the ground and work well, it should be given the most credit, and not somebody's master plan, the master plan that he couldn't achieve. He himself could not achieve 10% of the master plan. What is the master plan for? Which kind of useless master plan? So this guy did their job. This guy particularly is the best, the most achieving, the best of the best, most performing governor in this time, since, in this Fourth Republic in Lagos, is this guy. Simple. It doesn't brag. It doesn't show off. It doesn't humiliate people. It doesn't show political power. It's just going to do his job. And if you see people around it, you see young people. Young people. You see some of these officers that are the head of the parastatals and handling all this project. Some of them are even female that you can't believe they're young. They're in their 40s. Some are in the early 50s, 40s. Young people. Let's give it to him. I'll give it to him. If he, as long as he continues to do this good thing, bringing in innovative ideas that works and give succor and give, better life for the people of Lagos State, I just give everything to him. As far as I'm concerned, one man. It's a good job.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Let me take.
Are your people there now?
Yeah, that's what I'm taking. Is Charles there?
All right. Okay, Kulata is ready.
I wanted to interject Ajale Koko before, but continue.
All right. I make that contribution, Bishop, and then we go on from you to Kulata. Yeah, let's hear from you, Bishop.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I don't want to belabor Ajale Koko on this issue of whether Tinubu contributed something. It doesn't really matter anymore. We know your position. But did you read the report of Moody's today, Ajale Koko, on the economic sector, on the outlook, the rating? We have Moody.
Is this something you can send to me? I'd like to see it if you have it.
Okay, I'll send it to you.
Yeah, but carry on.
By the way, check your WhatsApp. By the way, check your WhatsApp. I think I sent it to you earlier on. So the Moody's report, try and read it. If you read it, I don't know, you see, Tinubu is not a saint. Actually, it was never really my favorite. But he broke so many jinx because we know what Lagos was. I'm not taking anything away because you can dislike him. But I just make a difference. When my otter, tobacco doya, I will acknowledge that we I'll give it to you. And that is what is called objectivity. You cannot just be blanket at all times. In the re-engineering of Lagos in 1999, Tinubu did a lot. Look, if not for the federal government, you are talking of railway that Tinubu wanted. I mean, that one day, tram. Those were even tram. The one that goes up top is not trained. Anyhow, let's leave that argument for another day. Tinubu brought Enron. Now, Obasanjo frustrated, which is a critical sector. Power, independent power. The first person that brought IPP was Tinubu. If you remember the case of Enron. So that all of them did not work out, but there was a plan. And everybody know, and it is documented. One man just told you now, and we can educate ourselves if we can get it. 90% of what is happening now. Of course, when you are developing some things, will now come up somewhere along the line. But 90%, that Atlantic City, no matter what anybody wants to say, it was a brilliant. That was a wasteland that was converted. And when they were discussing about it over 20 years ago, when Tinubu went to China and was discussing with those people, and you go and look at the clips, look at the rail line when he was marshalling it. And one man played this last week here. So yeah, we can have divergence on some issues. We can call him whatever name you want to call him. But once in a while, I just say, you know what, okay, yeah, even though I don't like him, but I give it to him on that area. Having said that he has no control, the needle of the income generation in Lagos, Tinubu moved it by bringing. Look, when Tinubu came in, he brought in what is this software, Oracle. The first in Nigeria. Many big companies and many people in America does not even know of Oracle when Tinubu brought it to reform Lagos State Civil Service. And he moved the amount of.
In America doesn't know when they
many companies. Hold on, hey, no, when I say my things, hold on now. I said when he brought it in 1999, hold on now. Oh God, did you hear me? If you just want to respond, let's educate ourselves. I said many people and many companies in America in 99 did not even know of Oracle that time, and I'm repeating it. So don't say Rolla. Let's just
Bishop. No, that is Bishop.
I said many companies. Bishop, hold on, let me finish. Let me land. Let me finish now. Hold on now. Hold on. No, you cannot say I should not land. No. Hold on. You just hold on. Let me emphasize. Let me repeat.
I just say I disagree.
Let me repeat what I said for emphasis. There are several companies that were operating in the US that did not know of Oracle in 1999. I'm quoting you very well, but don't twist what I said.
Is Oracle not an American innovation?
It doesn't matter. There are so many American. There are so many American innovations today.
Bishop, let's dialogue. Hold on.
That's what I want us to do.
Yes,
so that's why let me land my thoughts.
Bishop, let's dialogue.
Let him push back at you, Bishop.
When you say Oracle, what Tinubu implemented was Oracle HCM, right? And Oracle, I think ultimately maybe they implemented Oracle ERP, EBS. I mean, that's EBS. I mean, I know this space very well. And at that point in time, in America, most companies were running either Oracle databases on some form of Oracle applications or Oracle databases on custom application. So to say nobody knew Oracle when Oracle has been the #1 business software in the country for decades. I'm talking about.
It's like saying nobody in Nigeria knows about Gary.
Let me talk. Bishop, let me finish.
No, let me correct you. You just did something. You just did something. You just said something now, and I did that thing with the passion. No.
Now.
You just did something
you
now.
Did not
you just
let
did
me
something
finish.
Now. No. You just said something now that is. I mean, I don't want to call you a liar, but that's completely discussion.
Call me a liar on my own subject.
Hold on now. Hold on. Let me push on this. You
push
just said something
now. Let me hear you push back.
Here. You just said something now that is not fair.
I'm listening to you.
You quoted me, and you said I said no one in America knows.
You didn't say no one. You said no company. You said some companies. No, you said some companies.
There were some companies. Yeah, no, but I'm quoting you. You just quote me.
Maybe I misspoke. Okay, I misspoke.
Okay, so
I must have misspoke.
Okay, so you misspoke. So that's okay. So that's cleared out. So for emphasis sake, I said there were companies that were operating in America that did not know
You
Oracle
said there were
in
many
1999.
You
companies.
said
Yeah,
there were many
well,
companies, and I'm
many,
trying to
well, that's
correct
not
that
it.
says unless the company
Many,
could not afford Oracle because it's expensive, then they will do
no, but
QuickBooks
they
or
were not
do one
using
of the
it.
cheap stuff.
But they were
I
not
mean,
using it.
not everybody used Oracle now because not everybody could afford it. But to say,
So what was wrong? So what?
I mean, because there's Jacking Bonron company that is down the street will not use. Why would they even need Oracle when all they do is the cashier? So of course that's factual. But companies that could afford an ERP or HCM software, I can tell you for a fact, 100% of them knew Oracle. That they decided not to do Oracle means maybe they did SAP or they did PeopleSoft because that was what was there at that time, or some mainframe or custom application that they used to run their HCM.
So what I said, I go back to what I said. There were many companies in America because what we're trying to do is either to discredit Tinubu that he did nothing
No,
in Lagos.
I'm not here to
And
discredit
so
Tinubu,
as at that
but
time, he
I'm here
brought
to make
Oracle.
sure that we don't
As at that
exaggerate.
time, no, I'm not exaggerating. I never exaggerate, and I'm not budge. I'm not going to mention 1-2 companies that were not using Oracle that I know in 1999 because
could they afford Oracle?
They could afford Oracle. But
So
don't
what
let
were
us
they
go into
using?
personal.
They would,
I
but
don't want to
then
go
they
to
must have known if they could afford Oracle, they would have known Oracle.
See. I don't know. I was not there. And I don't want to quote somebody that will have to. I'll be pushed to mention names. There were many
I've been
companies.
working this
There were
space. I've
many
been working in
companies.
this space for a long time.
Kulata, I agree with you. I mean, that does not mean we cannot disagree on this. There were many
No,
companies.
we can disagree. It's okay.
I said, no, of course, I'm never afraid to disagree. What I said is that there were many companies that did not even know of Oracle when Tinubu had actually brought it to Nigeria in 1999.
Yeah,
Even
but for
today,
context, let's contextualize it
that's what
because
I just said. I spoke
but
English.
let me try. Wait now,
And
let
I
me try
just
and
used it. It was not
contextualize it
the main
because
focus.
hold on. If I was running the gas station or something, I
Or
would
Mama
not know
Put.
about or Mama Put. I would not know about Oracle. I have no business to know about Oracle. But if I could afford an enterprise application, 100% I know about Oracle. I may just decide not to use it.
Do you agree
In
that every 500 company knew about Oracle? Let's start from there. Every single one knew.
5,000 self.
I mean, 5,000 company knew about Oracle.
Of course.
Exactly. I think it's too far-fetched. I don't think I agree with Bishop on his.
You don't need to agree
thesis.
with me. I'm actually, why should you argue with me? I've stated my part. So it is just whether your word or your opinion against my opinion. What I said in passing was because I have had, and I'm repeating again, there are companies, many companies, if operating in America, that did not know about Oracle in 1999. But that's not this. Don't let's digress way too long at that. We can argue it is neither here nor there. I have said that because I have reason to believe very strongly so. Even in Nigeria, several private big companies were not using it when Tinubu brought it to use in Lagos State. So saying that he practically did nothing, he did not contribute, he did not lay any foundation, that is where we digressed from. So don't let us make
He was the first.
That he did not succeed with Enron. We know the litigation that followed Enron. We know how much was lost. The idea of Enron was not, the idea of the raid that Jakande did and the idea of it can be put side by side.
I want to ask a simple question. Between Abuja and Lagos, which territory is better? Not economically, but any other part, social and everything. Not economically.
Lagos, you see, when we talk Lagos as the federal,
in terms of development, let's say development, infrastructure and development.
You can't draw that parallel now because Abuja is a tiny little space, even compared to Lagos, which is relatively small.
They're different, but Lagos still has better infrastructure than Abuja, in my opinion.
So So they've answered that question, so I don't need to belabor that aspect again. So yeah, the idea of Enron was super. Federal government frustrated it. Even before federal government was the actually original owner of the Bad Beach. We know what Bad Beach was. I was very familiar with that place. I know how Ozuban Badiwe, no, not Ozuban Badiwe now, Amadu Bello used to be overflooded. Almost all the liaison offices in that place in the late 80s and early 90s, they left. Almost all the liaison offices left that place. I mean, the late 80s and early 90s, yes. They left. Yeah, IMB Plaza, everybody will know IMB Plaza. So the idea, the concept of that Eco-Atlantic city is a masterpiece by any standard. Even if Tinubu did not build one of the things, the fact that that place can be conquered, that also church can be conquered. So when we are writing the history of success of Lagos State, I think we are being a little bit not being fear if we are saying because of political leanings that Tinubu does not have a place. I don't think that is. I don't think that is correct. Factually, it's not correct, and morally, I don't think it is right. That's my take on that.
But you failed to mention the corruption surrounding that Enron space that you just mentioned. Now.
What was the corruption?
Okay,
What was the corruption? What's the business of your? It was the federal government that made it to fail. It was not the corruption that made it to fail. And if you enter into a contract with people and you are not you have to cancel it, there are issues, there are penalties, or what do you call it? What do they call this thing that goes with it? So if you are, it's not federal government money that was being spent. The only problem there was that federal government did not allow that generation to take place. So what corruption are you talking about?
Let me tell you the corruption we are talking about. Okay.
Are you talking about the corruption of Enron in the global space or their corruption in Nigeria?
In Nigeria,
right.
Tinubu's corruption with Enron. He knew that electricity is under the exclusive list. Why do you want to waste the state money to say you are bringing Enron to build electricity for Lagos State? You knew it's not going to work. Why do you invest?
Why are you making this argument now?
Work. I mean, you knew you don't have the capacity by law. You are not banned by law.
No, okay.
I mean,
Abba, Ajani Koko, hold on.
Ajani
Koko, hold on. Ajani Koko, hold on.
To give light to
Ajani Koko, hold on. Hold on. Ajani Koko. Ajani Koko, hold on. The NIPP, the independent power that is in Plateau State in Jos, how long has it been there? It was politics of bad blood.
That's been there.
You say what?
That's been there since Oyinbo
exactly.
brought it there.
So if they could generate and supply a certain area, what stopped Tinubu from starting to celebrate and said it was for a certain area it was supposed to be for? So what are you talking? In Port Harcourt? In Port Harcourt? Hold on now, hold on. It is politics. Forget this thing. You shouldn't be arguing like this now. Let's argue based on facts. You are saying that it is because of the federal government. It is exclusive list. I can point 5 NIPP. I can point 5 NIPPs across the country that it was simply politics that Obasanjo used to crumble it, like he tried to crumble the local government or the LECDA or whatever that happened then, and the Supreme Court ruled him out eventually. So
he knew the law. I mean, Bishop, give me one time. He knew the law that even when you generate that electricity, you cannot use it for yourself. You have to connect it to the national grid.
What happened if he does not? What happened if he does not want to connect? No, what happened if he does not want to connect it to national grid?
He knew it's not going to work.
No,
but he invested to loot the resources to siphon some money. We know all this.
Must he connect it to the national grid? Must he?
The
law. If you want to build it no, it is not a law. You can generate and distribute. You don't need to go to the national grid. If you have your capture area that you want to power, the Redeemed Christian Church of God built a power plant of 25 megawatt in their camp. They don't need the national grid. They don't need the permission. to join National Grid because it is serving a certain area. So if they say, okay, Alimosho, remove Alimosho from National Grid, we want to generate the power, or Lagos Island, or what do you call this place, this industrial area, Agbara industrial area, we are generating 50 megawatts.
Bishop, I think if the electricity passes a certain wattage, then it has to be piped into the national grid. That's my understanding of that.
So what happened when so what happened? Just hold on now. So what happened when Peter Odili built his own? Did they stop him? Peter Odili built 2 power plants in rivers. Did Obasanjo just stop him? Answer me. He built 2 power plants. Generation we are talking now.
Generation, even if you generate 10,000 by the state, you generate 20,000. You can't get 20,000 to distribute 20,000 to the state. He knew that.
So why was he building?
He has limit.
Hold on. Was he building 10,000 or 20,000? Was he building 10,000? Was he building 20? Oh my God! Was he building 20,000 or 10,000?
I have to go to bed.
Okay.
Was he building 20,000 or 10,000?
All right. Let's Kolata have a slot, and then we carry on now. Kolata, yes. Come in wherever you like.
I don't. What's the topic? I've been multitasking, so I don't.
Yes, it was just it was rather. Let me actually bring you in on this thing that Bishop sent to me. This piece. It says Nigeria's sovereign is CCC plus, positive outlook, and Kenya is B minus, negative outlook. The below graph shows the default rate of foreign currency and local currency bonds by credit, etc., etc. But it goes on to tell us, it says, it is the first time in history that Moody has given Nigeria a positive rating outlook, and the first time since 2011 that any rating agency has given Nigeria a positive outlook. The market seems to agree. US dollar sovereign yields are down 9%, a little below Kenya, and well below the 12% levels Nigeria saw in March. So what are you making of Moody endorsing Tinubu?
I mean,
all the international spaces, yeah.
Was this was in February, right? Because I think I read something in February. When was this?
I'm not sure. It doesn't give the dates. I'll look for the dates.
Today.
Is it today? Because they also upgraded. They upgraded.
Yeah, that's Marshall's submission. What's this guy? What's his first name?
Isaac Marshall.
Yeah.
Who's that? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, go on.
They upgraded us before from stable to positive, noting because our foreign reserves is strengthening.
That was Fitch. This is Moody's. That was
it's also Moody's I'm talking about. I mean, at the end of the day, they're all looking at the same thing anyway. Because they said our foreign reserve is strengthening and we're in a better fiscal position, and because Tinubu has removed the oil subsidy and we devalued, so we have a better fiscal outlook. I mean, compared to the trajectory where we're headed under Buhari, that was a new. That we were running into a disaster. So I guess, I mean, that's why they gave us this rating. But from the way they give positive rating, they can also change their rating if the factors in Nigeria in itself does not improve. Because all this stuff is just looking at the macroeconomic from outside and just looking at, okay, these guys have freed up this money that was going into the pits for subsidy. They look at the parallel arbitrage. Well, I mean, when we say arbitrage is gone, when you check today's rate, I think it was actually the same. The bank and the parallel, the same. So you can look at those things and say, okay, yes, stable outlook or positive outlook. But when you now start looking at, okay, what's on ground? 200 kids kidnapped. Farmers conflict still going on. I mean, a lot of haphazard delivery of promises Like, I mean, we can excuse the student one, but the story of his government so far has been a bit shabby. We can see what Cardoso is doing, is trying. Okay, but now this is time for Wale. What's he doing? Where are all the fiscal policies? Where's the tax? Where's the consolidated tax bill in the house? What about the things that doesn't require a bill? I mean, fiscal policy is in the toilet. Where's the coordination? Where's the economic coordination? And so on and so forth. The bottom line is, while structurally from outside he's done the right things, but I insist, because this is not the first time I'm saying it, I think his team is weak. I don't think I'm not impressed with his team, and I'm not impressed with the results. I don't know what it will take for him to fire the Oyo State guy, the guy that's power minister. Adelabu. I mean, even though he made a first class in Ife, he has no idea what he's doing. He shouldn't be there anymore. I don't even know what they're waiting for. He just has no clue. If El Rufai was there, El Rufai would have been very effective. I watched the interview of El Rufai's son. Very brilliant, very brilliant.
I'm going to do a reaction to it tomorrow afternoon. Yeah.
Oh, 1 week late, one man. Abana.
I know, but yes, but all right.
Very brilliant chap. Like, you have to even wonder for the southern region. Like, I hope you guys are grooming people that will be able to match this guy's wits in the next decade, because that's going to be one of the leaders. Smart guy. And so, I mean, I'm not too really impressed, because, I mean, look at Tinubu's government right now. Two guys are jostling for your state government, your state governor, the Adelabu guy and the Owala guy, the Adedeji guy, the tax guy. So where would they be focused on anything governance? And I'm not seeing any movement. So I may agree with Moody's when you look at it from the outside, but for all of us looking at inside, the picture, they may as well just downgrade him if things don't keep on moving the way the reforms should move. Because I'm just underwhelmed, honestly speaking. I mean, look, it takes time. I get it. Don't think I don't know that it takes time. I'm not expecting miracles. But at the same time, I'm not really appreciating the inertia. I'm not appreciating the indecisions. I'm not appreciating some ministers that still looks like they've still not settled down. So that means, are they even supposed to be there? So I'm not appreciating all that. So I don't want to sound like a broken record, one man, but if Moody says that, they have a basis for saying it. But is it sustainable? We'll find out.
All right. To the headline on the screen, Kulata, most kidnappings in FCT are stage managed. Yemsen Wiki, and I'll say it expands beyond the FCT, because sometimes we have to start perusing the details. Because I think we're lost in the headlines and the emotions sometimes when you hear school children and all that. Most instances are female. But then when you think of how they are actually logistically able to corral these people to whatever, the logistics doesn't lend to the narrative, and it lends more to what Wike is saying. Most kidnappings in FCT state managed. Do you have some sympathy with that?
Of course not. What does it mean stage managed? Like, is he playing? Or, I mean, what does it mean? Is it being flippant? Or, I mean, in what context is it saying stage managed? Like it's fake?
Yes, somewhat like it's faked. Like both the victims and the perpetrators, even some agencies, it's a theater. It's essentially what they say.
Is he kidding? Isn't it the same FCT that we had Prison Break? Or is it a different FCT? Was it the FCT that was in Lokoja or the one in Calabar that we had the Prison Break? Was it last year or 2 years ago? Isn't it the FCT that's just beside Kogi State that is loaded with terrorists? That's from the same Kogi State that terrorists went to Ondo State. Isn't it the same FCT that is right beside Niger State that is loaded to the teeth with terrorists? And is saying, is somehow saying it's fake. The north of FCT, isn't that Southern Kaduna? The northeast of FCT, isn't that Plateau? What is he talking about? The entire FCT is surrounded by terrorists and bandits. So what does it mean that kidnapping in Abuja is a theater? Like, there's some things at some point in time, I think some statements will not be made. This is just one of them. It's very stupid. It doesn't even jive with reality. Like, it's not the same Nigeria. Why will he make this kind of stupid flip? I mean, just being flippant. I mean, it's just saying. I don't think it should be taken seriously, because I don't think that statement was in serious context. Because nothing about the FCT and its surroundings indicates the whole thing is just a charade. So if we're going to play politics, we should play politics with something meaningful, not with kidnapping.
To be honest with you, I have some. I'm not sure. Maybe you are right on the narrative of the FCT, but the wider kidnapping narrative, I feel there's an element of theater to it.
There's no element of theater to it. There's some that are in actual case not real kidnappings. A few that maybe people are just using it to get money. But you see those in random places like in the Southwest and a few other places where maybe some people will organize, hey, one man kidnapped me so I can get money from my parents, something like that. But it's not what's going on in the FCT. I mean, we had Emmanuel report a case here. I mean, it happened in the FCT. There's so many other ones that have happened in the FCT. So why will he make that kind of statement? It doesn't even. I don't even think the statement deserves a serious response because it doesn't jive with reality.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space, Kulata. So she started that journey from a polling booth. Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe, that's her name.
Onwudiwe.
Yes, Onwudiwe. I think I'm notorious for that already. So she started that journey from a polling booth, Lekki, of course, PhD and all that. Doing the LOP 22 and all that. It was a landslide victory for the Labour Party at my polling unit, she reports. So fast forward, this headline now, still the same, Ruby. Tinubu replaces Kalu Eke with Ruby Onwudiwe as Southeast nominee for CBN board. So anywhere Bele face, if you set this against the backdrop of Yusuf Dati kneeling in front of Tinubu, it looks as though people are bailing. Nothing succeeds like success, Kulata.
Well, do you blame Ruby now? Shebi, what's the name of that other guy? Minister of Information Technology or what? Shebi, he too is an obedient.
Tunjojo, yes.
No, not Tunjojo. What's his guy? What's that chap's guy?
Yes, I know the one you mean. The name will come in a moment, yes.
Whatever his name is. Yeah, that guy, that guy was an obedient on Twitter, a prominent obedient. Oh, I mean, when they called him, Baboya, Tete dust up me. So Ruby too will chop now. So how much obedient are you going to be carrying on your head? Obedient is done and dusted. Nothing like that is ever going to happen anymore. So she might as well cash in, build a career. And I'm actually looking at you made me go search. I'm looking at her LinkedIn. She's pretty. She has good experience.
Is she accomplished?
Yeah, she is.
It always surprises me when accomplished people are found in that obedient bracket. But is she accomplished enough to be on the CBN board?
To be on the CBN board, let me see. Her banking career, she did something in Standard Bank in South Africa. She head of corporate and investment banking technology. She comes from an IT background. She was CIO. So she has kind of like a information technology slant. So what position did they give her in the CBN? I hope it's IT related because everything I'm seeing has to do with technology operations from her profile.
It sounds like affirmative action quota system sort of thing.
Yeah, but
because it was a Southeast slot that she needed to fill, and they couldn't get the one they preferred, so she just slotted in there.
Okay, they better put her in some technology part in CBN, because this profile is more technology based. I mean, she's reasoned. She was CIO. I mean, she was CIO even as far as 2014 to 2016. That's impressive. In Stanbic IBTC. And then she did a stint in private banking. So, but I mean, I don't know if she's CBN material like that, but do you know exactly the portfolio they gave her? Is it in the news? Is it there?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure I even did the readout, but
okay, I think I found it. Board of directors.
Yes, board of directors. So it's essentially just
that's high.
But is it not just a vote casting? It's not a hands-on sort of. It's I suspect quarterly meetings, vote casting, yay nay sort of. I'm not sure that she's there to do any real work.
Yeah, but she's there to kind of like listen and make influential decisions, or facilitate. No, not facilitate influential decisions. Well, I mean, she looks like a smart cookie. I mean, some of these things you just need to like have an IQ greater than 100, and she'll be good. But she has a good profile. The fact that she's an obedient, that's just an emotional reaction. She went with the kids. She looks like someone in her 40s, maybe mid to late 40s. So she's not a kid. So, I mean, at some point in time, adults will be adults. All that obedient was just a phase. Those are for people like Uptown to gyrate about for another 4 years before it too rises up and moves on. So it's that phase. This is reality. She's embraced reality. Congratulations to her. She's just the next obedient that's going to join the camp, and that's not going to be the last. If they're qualified, put them in office. I'm okay with it. But you think is hypocrisy? Yeah, of course, hypocrisy. But look, a bird in hand is worth 50 in the bush. So she'll rather ride with Ashiwaju than keep hanging on Twitter with Obidient. So I don't blame her, Sha. It's good. I mean, good for her career.
All right. Obasanjo always talks about this carrot and stick approach, and this seems to be what the play is here. And Nigeria opens land air border with Niger Republic. So I mean, the sanctions has not worked. They've not been able to bully them to step down. They're directly at your doorstep, so you might as well try and get along with them.
This is yet another Tinubu flop. So Tinubu is eating his own vomit now. So look, so the initial gra was for what now? At the end of the day, what concessions did we get from Niger Republic? Did we get any known concession for doing all this?
Remember when we used to gather and say we have to go and blow them up with our Tucano jets and all that?
So, I mean, at the end of the day, was it what it did not change their mind? They did not even tell you. Did they even say the day they're going to transition to a civilian government? Did they make any promises?
No, I think they said 18 months, but that was just a space filler to steady in.
So we didn't milk anything of significance out of them. So that was another training moment for Tinubu. I mean, he messed up on that the way he handled that Niger one. It was too quick. I mean, if we're going to be quick and decisive, then be decisive. We do something. Be a man of conviction. But you charge, brag, and then the northern Nigerians kind of like, I told you to Ababa, simmer down now. It was now caught in between simmering down and talking to the West. And at the end of the day, maybe even the America still is in Niger because they still need Niger. Maybe they probably told him like, okay, Bobo, calm down. At least this guy still give us access to be monitoring this Tuareg people and this terrorist people. So at the end of the day, this is yet another juvenile moment in his presidency. This was a flop. There's no spinning it one way or the other. He messed up because it did not carry through. This is not strong leadership. This is not strong leadership. This is wishy-washy. Because at the end of the day, what was the gra for? So if now Nigeria wants to do something that is going to affect us, what level are we going to pull? We'll say, okay, now we're going to put you on sanctions like you did before, and you backed out of it. So what leverage do we have against them now? When the only leverage you had, you pulled it immediately and you did not see it through. And for FYI, we just also got awarded the loan to build the train to Maradi, $1.something billion, and that is going to get executed. So at the end of the day,
is it that Fulani railway? I thought they'd abandoned it.
No, they just funded it. They just found money for it. So at the end of the day, what did we gain? Nothing. Nothing. Look, there's some areas where you can excuse him, right? But there's some fundamental areas where he's just making flop after flop after flop. This is one of them. Who is the Bolaji Akinyemi of this government? Our foreign policy expert.
I don't think we've had one since Bolaji Akinyemi, I don't think we've had one.
And this is Nigeria with qualified people. So we don't have any foreign policy guru or gurus across Yoruba land, Igbo land, South, North Central, everywhere, Northeast, North. We don't have anybody. Okay. Who is the one that they even nominated? What's his name?
It's Yusuf Tagar. I think his name is foreign.
So what's he doing?
But he's quite effective though, because he was speaking on Nigeria joining the BRICS. Went to Russia to schmooze Putin and the rest of them.
I have zero experience in foreign policy. Me too, I can say Nigeria should go and apply for BRICS. What is that rocket science? What's in there to say we're going to apply for BRICS? I'm struggling with the kind of nominees. This is not supposed to come from Tinubu, or maybe there's too much expectation, or maybe it's encumbered with too much obligation to people. But I don't understand anymore. Like I'll have patience. I mean, it's not 1 year yet. Even if it's 1 year, I'll still have patience. Change doesn't happen just like that. But this first year has not been great. It's not been great. Someone needs to tell that guy the truth. Like, hey, you're bumbling it. There's only Cardoso that I've been impressed with now. Cardoso. And
you say it's not being great. You say it's not being great, but if we start to go through policies and performance, you probably want to cut him some slack.
Give me a shot. Give me a shot.
All right. What about this juggernaut super highway that they're building, and the groundwork has already started? From Calabar, cutting through about 9 states to land in Lagos, and just the vast improvements in the Ministry of Interior, Bumi Ojo,
Minister of Interior, Bumi Ojo, for passport, because Interior is not just only passport, right? So for passport, I gave him credit. I gave Bumi Ojo credit for passport. But when you say the super highway, in Nigeria, we have something called is coming. That one now is coming. When I see it, I believe it. Of course, I don't expect it
When
to be
it's
the
fully
high.
built, they've started the groundwork. They've mobilized already. They
I
deployed the funds.
groundwork. How many groundwork did they do for Ajakuta Steel?
Yeah, but they've just started in 9 months, so he has the
Even
whole of.
okay, I don't hear now. That's why I say okay. Ajakuta Steel has been 98% complete for how many decades now? So that means at some point in time in the 70s, they launched it the way we are launching this road. So not until I see that road till I say something. And of course, the road is given to Shaguri. Shaguri is the one building the road, which is neither here nor there. As long as he built it, I don't care who he is, as long as he builds it. But that is not an accomplishment. That one is coming. So apart from passport, please tell me more.
Yeah, but what would you? Okay, what about the rescue of the economy itself? All this raft of policies that all the international big houses, financial, are all applauding. For the first time in Nigeria's history, Moody giving us a positive rating. The international endorsement.
It cannot be the first time that they'll give us a positive rating.
No, that's what they call.
Maybe
That's
first
what
time
they
in
said.
a while. Maybe first time in a while, but that's not going to be the very first time they're giving us a positive rating. They must have given us a positive rating under Obasanjo or something.
No, I'm talking about Moody. I'm not talking about all the international houses. Moody.
Moody.
Yes. So only now, Kolata. He says it is the first time that Moody is giving Nigeria positive in. He says I've sent it to you as well, but he says it is the first time in history that Moody has given Nigeria a positive ratings outlook.
I doubt
all of the back. This is from an investor at TLG Capital. So this is a financial guy saying all this.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, the history of Nigeria, I don't believe that. They must have given us upgrades in the past. I don't think that's true. I mean, I can go check, but I doubt it. They will have upgraded us in the past somehow. It can't be the very first time in the history of the country. No, I don't believe that. So, and another thing though, I can't even remember what happened. The African companies complained to all these rating agencies that they always that they were unfairly rating us. And after that statement, they upgraded a bunch of African countries because they said the rating they were giving us was impacting the kind of because all these ratings impacts the kind of interest rate you may get.
Yes, access to loan. Yeah,
access to loan and all that stuff. So they complained, and I think they bumped it up for some. But look, Moody's is nice, but it's not tangible. Tell me something that I can hold. Passport, I get that.
No, there's nothing that would have come to its full-fledged, but okay, we talked about the financial realignment, all the big steps which you have agreed with.
I've agreed with them in principle, but in execution, a lot of them have been piss poor.
So the subsidy was piss poor, you would say?
We're still subsidizing now.
Oh, you mean the petroleum one?
We are.
Who told you that? Are you spreading rumors, Kulata?
I'm not spreading rumors. Just go and check NNPC books. You'll find it there. We can call it something else. We can call it intervention or whatever, but it's not based on market forces. Otherwise, you cannot have a product to maintain the same price from how many months now? Like that's and then you have related products like diesel and kerosene going up and down with market forces. Of course, we're still subsidizing. Everybody knows. World Bank knows. The only people that are in denial will say no, we're not. Everybody in the world, including anybody financial, any institutional, whatever, they call them out on it. So we know we're still subsidizing PMS.
Yeah, I don't know about that. It wasn't in the budget.
Story.
It wasn't
go and check NNPC books. NNPC no day budget now. Should be NNPC is now PLC. So leave all that story. The bottom line is, honestly, when you check many promises from CNG boss to this one, that to this.
Oh, okay. Look at that CNG boss. Yeah.
Where is it?
It's an order incoming, isn't it?
Yeah, it's another is coming. Is coming.
Yeah.
Is coming. Everything cannot be is coming now. At some point in time,
I think you've been seduced by people like Ikene and that sort of narrative.
No, it's not Ikene. I'm intellectually honest with myself. At some point in time, you need to start calling these people out. Otherwise, they will not shape up. Because within this is coming, you've seen a lot of people stealing the lights out of government money. Right? That Germany trip, my brother was one telling me this. Some of his guys were asking for kickbacks. And that's why he made that statement he made in what's it called? Because that discouraged some of those jammers. If it wasn't in the news. Of course, it was not in the news. So all the people that are like satisfying themselves are satisfying themselves. The rest of the country is coming mode. Is coming. At some point in time, is coming has to come. So it's like, I know look, it takes time. I can try and relate with any something change and all, but there's some flubs that should not be happening, and there's some expectations that you think should have been considered that are not, and there are no changes. And I think the longer we stay, the more it gets comfortable in this new normal, and it keeps on consolidating power. And I don't see the urgency of now is not there, except you tell me it's self-motivated and he wants to do all this stuff. But if you consolidate power and then you surround yourself with yes men, then you hear only what you want to hear. So I don't know, man. It's not like, I mean, I know it takes time. I'm willing to give time, but I'm expecting changes and I'm not seeing changes.
I'm going to suspend disbelief for at least 2 years, and even after those 2 years, I'm not expecting. I want to see the shaping together of a directional thrust rather than because there'll be achievements here and there, but I have to say broadly where the country is pointing, I'm not far from it. He has promised us a 1 trillion economy. He has, he has unbundled a lot of the corruption spaces. Whether the full unbundlement or not, the thrust of the direction is where everybody thinks this. This is why he's getting all this international financial endorsement. So I am happy to cut him some slack. I'm even happy to cut him some slack for the first 4 years. But I probably want to start calling judgment on this guy after he's been 6 years in government. For all of the rot that is coming to address, I'll probably be calling judgment when it's been 6 years in government.
No, I see. I'm not saying price is cheap. Yeah, dollars. I mean, I'm not one of those ridiculous people. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm expecting, when you're seeing the positive change, the way this guy, this passport guy, if the rest of the ministers are getting 25% of what that guy is getting in terms of results, you will say that, oh, okay, things are happening. If, let's just say, 60% of the ministers are getting 25% of what that Bumiojo guy is getting, you feel good, right? But when you're not getting anything, and even for serious areas like insecurity, it's neither here nor there. They're just making the same stupid statement that they used to make under Buhari. Then you now start thinking like, I mean, this sounds so familiar. This is not supposed to come from this guy, right? And is underwhelming. I don't know how to say it. Because even if they say, okay, promise, I mean, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Okay, you look at it as a rational person. Yeah, that's true. If you do this, do that, do this, do that. And then they give a date. And then nothing happens. And then you say, what? And then shenanigans are still happening. So that hasn't changed. The good areas that have changed that I'm going to acknowledge is coming from Cardoso. The what's it called, is doing his best with the arbitrage. I get that. The subsidy, yeah, it has changed. Even though, I mean, I was just being anal I was nitpicking. It has changed. Yeah, we're still subsidizing, but it has changed. Those are significant areas, right? But the rest is like it's like inertia. We're just stuck in a rut somehow, and it just feels a bit helpless. I don't know.
All right. What are the big lift? Look, if we look at the big lift areas within the Nigerian space, we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about education, we're talking about security, and we're talking about health. So those are big lift areas. So what is it doing? Let's go with the last one. So this guy has commissioned 6 super class health facilitation in all geopolitical areas. So
Yeah,
yes,
I mentioned this months ago that I should do that. I'm glad you did it.
Yes. So
for academic medical centers, but
yes.
That I mean, that's for academic medical center. That's obvious. I mean, because you pick all these teaching hospitals, you can equip them there with the universities. They will already have specialists, so it's kind of like a low hanging fruit. But it's still a promise. Just like CNG buses
you mean
were
they should have built them already?
They're built. They're already there. UTH is there. UCH is there.
Yeah. So you know. There was one thing that Yemsin Wike said a while ago. He said because they have this habit of commissioning projects within Nigeria, then they'll do the mobilization fee, and then they're not able to do anything. There's been projects commissioned that's been still ongoing for 20 years. For reasons of corruption, yes, but for reasons really that they did not get the financing right from the get-go. And this is what Wike said he addressed as the administrator in River State. And I think this is the template as well, Tinubu.
So how does this not sound like one of those empty promises?
How does it sound like?
How does it not sound like one of those empty promises?
No, how does it sound like? Yeah, go on.
Because at the end of the day, Lamba, I still audio until we start. Okay, when you tell me, okay, we've like, all right, you kickstart whatever. Okay, I can ask, so how many oxygen tanks have been supplied to UCH or something? That's something measurable, right? We can start with oxygen tank, or we can start with buttressing the medical supplies or something. We can start with that. Or, I mean, announcement, yeah, I said it. If I was president, I could have called out an announcement. How many months ago did I say here? It's still not.
Kulata, by the way, the FG, they postponed the loan program again indefinitely. Well, that's one of the issues I have, where you announce one thing, then you move it. Like, just wait until you have things together before you put it out there.
And it's too impulsive.
Yeah, so this is indefinite now. We don't even know when. So why
we've already addressed that. It's not indefinite. That's the headline, but that wasn't actually the substance.
The headline doesn't match the story, Babati, but it's problematic though. But it doesn't.
But before you put it out there, just have your S together first, then put it out there. So when you launch it, you have it together. But don't keep moving the goalposts, because the inconsistency is just, Okay, go ahead. Never mind.
You see, there's no sense of competence.
I don't even concede that inconsistency. It's just a shame. What's going on in Nigeria. What once you repeat something so often, it takes on a life of its own. And I think this relentless assault by the obedient space is starting to have some sort of traction with people now. You know, when they say, okay, let's look at this flip-flopping, for instance. In this country where I live, policies get changed or abandoned regularly.
Correct.
Regularly.
But policies, one man, before you leave that, but policies get executed regularly too. So when you have one miss or a few misses, it's not a big deal.
Well, okay, what about the ones that are okay in the financial space, for instance? It's even impacting on you and I. When they change the policy about how monies can come into the country, that is a policy that follows through. When they change a policy on how the naira is going to be managed as a currency,
that's all Cardoso. Cardoso is doing well.
Well, it's still the government. It's still the government. It's still Manchester United.
I told you. Before I started this, my woe-betide Nigeria mantra, I said Cardoso is doing his work. I said Tunji Ojo Lubumi is doing his work. As far as passport is concerned, Interior is not only passport. I have to repeat that. As far as passport is doing his work. But outside of that, I am struggling.
But don't you give them any pass on agriculture? I mean, you saw the move. I watched the launch.
Niger State governor, I do.
But the push by the minister, so because I have complained about that ministry that they should be at the forefront, right? But okay, let me just ask you a question. I know you just. I've noticed one thing about Tinubu that he only supports state governments that have something going on. So if you have a plan and you launch it, it will support you. If your state governor is docile and doesn't want to do anything, he just doesn't do anything. So I think his own style is, from my own, the way I see from that, is the way what I'm looking at, is more of, is only going to support states that have proactive governors.
Yeah, but
if you don't have anything, you're going to do anything, you're just going to.
You see, my criticism is not even on the subnationals, because the subnationals should chop flogging. I should not be one person criticizing governors, because I have the most useless governor in the country, Adeleke.
Yeah, but I'm saying that, but at the federal level, I know there's some things you should do on your own, but not just wait for.
Yeah, so let's judge him based on the scope. On the federal scope. I don't want to judge him on what the state governor should do. I want to judge him on his promises, his actions, his inactions, and his reversals, and his ineptitude in some areas. That's what I want to judge him on. I don't want to judge him on what's happening in Kebbi State or whatever. No, or Osun State. Those are, we judge the state.
How do you think he's doing on security so far, though? I think that's the most.
I don't think he's doing very well, because I don't think we've departed from the posture we had back in Buhari.
Are we getting as many instances of insecurity as we have done since Obasanjo till now?
250 something kids just got kidnapped.
Yeah, that's just a highlight. Prior to
that, that's not just. If that happens in any other country, heads will be exploding. And not just that. After 2 something got kidnapped in Kaduna, 60 something got kidnapped 2 days ago. You know why? Nobody's talking about it, because you're numb to it. And we say security has improved. Fuck no. Sorry for the language. The same area, gong. If things have improved, how many IDPs have been relocated back to their homes? So how is it different? The only thing that is saying, okay, they're discussing state police, which is going to be a long drawn process. What about the immediate? So, I mean, we're just, it's everybody's comfortable. Not comfortable. Everybody is numb to it. It's worse.
So they've capped it like around the 250 number. If it's not, it's okay. Just it's normal. It's 500. Oh my God!
Is it normal to get 250 kids kidnapped? Do you know what 250 is? Right, 250.
That's a
Like you take one of those house parties, you multiply it maybe by 5 times, and then you pack all of us like sardines and say, okay, come and follow us to the bush with no resistance.
But they did secure the loan. Sorry, they did secure the loan for the Kano Maradi thing. I read that today, that they got the loans and Tinubu approved. So that's a positive thing, I guess, right?
Right. Well, yeah.
What?
How is that a positive? What does that
I mean, at this point, we have to find
how is Fulani
you see why I sound this way is, can I honestly answer that? Okay, I feel we have a competent team based on these first few months. I don't think so. I can't even convince myself that the team is competent enough. I mean, you think about it, just ponder on it. And if you don't have a competent team, what do you think? What are we expecting?
Well, you know, I've been trying to, agriculture, healthcare. I mean, I saw the agriculture minister the other day, but health, I don't even know where she is. That's been a disappointment. So maybe 3 or 4 ministries are actually functioning. You know, the fifth one that was supposed to hear from, humanitarian, that's supposed to be at the forefront of fighting this so-called poverty thing, she's suspended. So I don't even. By the way, one man, what's going on with Better Edu anyways? Are they going to bring her back, or is he? I mean, what's going on? I mean, the ministry needs somebody, right?
If they don't bring her back, only Dajao, eh?
I mean, no.
Do you know what? Do you know what values it brings to governance?
I don't know.
How can you accuse somebody like that of stealing money?
Defend your video.
What's that? All right. All right. That was a little bit of, yeah, but no. You know, I just pulled up the list of ministers whilst we were talking.
No. Where is healthcare? Like those very critical to me. Minister of Health is, because I was looking forward to what she had to offer, because they say that CV, she's done something with the IDPs. I think she was in the Borno state government. She was commissioner of health over there. And I was like, okay, can we come up with something? How will we return this thing back to local government council? I was, something like that. And for some reason, I don't know what happened. I've not heard anything. She's not proactive enough. Maybe she doesn't like the cameras.
You mean Better Edu, or who are you talking about?
No, the healthcare. Well, but I don't know. Maybe Kay knows about these things more than I do.
I'm like you. I try to look for news like, okay, this sector, that sector, okay, what's going on? Then try to dig. I saw something, they said they're going to be buying tractor. I was happy they'll distribute. But like, do we have to be digging to even try and find remnants, like what's going on? So it's like, I keep calling it inertia. Like, no movement. They're trying to move, but it's not moving. The only movement I've seen, I give kudos to it. Like I keep saying, Cardoso and that other guy. And yeah, if you start looking at Wike, Minister of Works and all, yeah, you get some what's it called? Spring shoots.
But that is 4 out of 48 now.
Like, okay, my old governor.
What is that? What is that? It's like what? 12?
That's why sometimes I just don't want to come and talk, because I'm like, really,
that is 12%, right?
Yeah,
that's 12%. I mean,
because I don't want to depress people, because I'm not feeling it, and I can't get You see, some things you in your gut, you can say, okay, something is starting to spin, but the wheel looks like the wheel is still stuck. And it may be because of the overwhelming problems that people still can't figure it out. But I sound exaggerated, honestly speaking. I wouldn't want to listen to myself right now because it's I don't know. I want good news. I'm looking for good news, and maybe it's going to take time. I'm not saying not going to take time, but I want to see signs
So,
of
if you
people working.
consider it's going to take time, then why are you showing this urgent impatience suddenly?
Yeah, because there needs to be a bit of green shoots, right? If you plant a seed, it's going to take time to grow to a tree or whatever. But you want to see evidence that it's germinating.
So, where do you draw the line in the sand, Coletta? Are you willing to do 2 years or 4 years or like 6 years?
I'll do 2 years. I'll do 2 years.
That is your
But
that is for you. 2 years. You want to see
yeah,
something.
I'll do 2 years. I want to see something.
What are you looking to see in 2 years?
Okay, let me keep it this simple. We're taking care of the. I'll just be very macro. We're taking care of the monetary policy, right? I want to see a lot of action in the fiscal side. And from the fiscal side, I want to see the tax, whatever that is being promised. I want to see crude output go up. I want to see, I want to see more farming productivity. I want to see some evidence of mechanization. Those tractors that they said they're going to buy from John Deere, I want to see those tractors. I want to see evidence of off rain season farming, dry season farming. I want to see it happen well. I want to see
I don't see any reason why you shouldn't see that year cycle of farming data because they are already synergizing the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Agriculture. So,
by the way, why don't we have like I know we have investment bank, but why can't we have a bank dedicated just for agriculture in each state?
We do.
Just for
we do have one, yes.
So why that should be where you should? Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead. Don't even let.
No. Land that point because that might, yeah.
Because with people like Simba, they will talk about they got loans as single digits. Yeah, because they know better. But some of these farmers don't even know anything about how to access these loans. So if you have that across the case, if they are at the forefront of giving these loans to these small scale farmers, put them out there, put more funding there. And just work it from there. That's why that I was talking about, but how they are linked to the state. That's why I brought the state up. Tinubu was talking about, we need more lands, give us more lands. Well, that means if the state gives the land, that's the only way it can work. That's the way you put it out there. Like, well, I want to do a lot, but I need you to do something for me at the state level. So it's kind of their heads like, hey,
but he's talking like he's helpless. That's
the way it came across in that.
This is one of the greatest politicians we've had in this country. He can't be helpless. He has all the levers. I mean, do you believe Tinubu is helpless? At least if he can bully the Southwest, entire Southwest on a policy, you guys do X, Y, 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 Z, 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 Z. This is the template. Go on, you guys go and do it first. He can pull Kwara and Kogi to join them.
And that state that caused him is that one is even willing to do anything for him. Niger State is willing to do anything. So that's the reason I brought up the state thing earlier when you were talking about, So
like you see, Babati, I was just thinking, okay, we have what's the name of that pharmaceutical that left? The
G something. G.
So how come we've not gone to bring through one of? I'm not saying government to take one of your boys, one of your guys, go to India, bring a generic drug manufacturer here, give license. You can even give your party, do party. At least let them bring it here and let them start. I mean, let's even just see that they have the money. How much is generics?
But you have to then address the reason why GSK left. Like, okay,
forget GSK. That's why I say you can use one of his own boys.
Right, okay.
I'm not trying to pretend that pious and all that stuff. No, I'm not one of those people. I want effective stuff. You can look.
Give them tax break. 10, in fact,
exactly.
10 years. Don't worry. We will give you just come. Just
By now, you should think PPP deals are lining up like water, but we're still going to borrow money to go and build trail that will be funded by the government, and then we will not make any money from ticket sale. I mean, it's just
that. I wanted to bring it up during the red line, but if the good story, Jenny, those red line things should be run completely by private sector. I don't even know why we are building at this point. You can give them the tracks, then they just run like they do in America. Right? You build the tracks and they just run they maintain it for you, then you share the profit, right? But this whole idea of building everything by yourself, we should have been done with that. But
that would be privatized at some point now. Would they not? That all those metro lines things, they will privatize at some point.
At some point, it's coming on now. like
it's coming, one is coming.
Oh man, well, that's Nigeria.
So I mean, I don't want to look. That's why.
Can you talk about power too?
I've lost hope with that guy now. That bobo.
He wants to remove subsidy for power.
Yeah, but he wants to revoke the licenses of non-performing discos as well, though. So
that's what I've done since day one. I said that since day one. It's very easy. Just record their loans. Just force the bank to fuck it. If you are owning a bank and you can't pay, force the sale. That's it. You don't need to go to court or anything. It's very easy. On Jewo, then they are defaulting already. Just make the bank record their loans, force the sale.
They should just do it.
Oh yeah, that doesn't take 6-7 months now. 1 month. I've said that on your program before now.
Yeah, but it could lead to litigation. You know how things get bogged down in litigation.
One man. You are owing so much. Government had to bail you out. You don't have any leverage. What are you saying? You got what court case? You owe so much. Government had to bail you out. Was it twice? But twice they had to bail you out. So yes, just force the sale. You don't have any leverage now. Court case. No. That's only you. Nah.
Yeah. So I mean, there are many things I will expect, but it's just not happening. I mean, it's not supposed to happen overnight, but I just want to see signs. I'm not asking for too much, but just signs. But well, it is what it is. On the fiscal side, NNPC needs to be rejigged. We're still the cost to produce petrol in Nigeria is $48 per barrel or something like that. One of the most expensive in the world. So if oil ever goes down, we're in trouble.
What is the average in the world to produce?
Well, I know Saudi Arabia is probably less than $20. Probably Saudi Arabia will probably be in the 12, 13. I've not checked in a while, but it's probably very low. Those kind of $40-something, that's kind of like what will cost shale industries in America that are very price sensitive. We're not shale. Oil is just there in our ground. How come? I mean, we've not addressed that the cost. Those will not happen overnight, right? But there needs to be more. There's some things that you want to just rush to do, or try and do, or make a big fuss about doing, so everybody feels it. But you're just not feeling it, and oil price goes down, we're in trouble, because even what we produce, perhaps 400,000 barrels of it on a daily basis has already been spoken for by Buhari. So the rest, the profitability that's going to be on the rest is so tiny because it's so expensive to get oil out of Nigeria, of the ground in Nigeria.
By the way, keep my mind. KK, by the way, can you speak on our blue chip economy? You've not heard anything from the guy too.
That's my old governor now.
What?
Kò sí nǹkan kan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀, mi ò mọ nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀. Ṣé nǹkan ṣẹlẹ̀ ni?
No, I'm
I think that's the
I'm asking
question.
you now. I'm asking you. Like, I thought the blue chip was supposed to be the next thing, the blue chip economy, and
Is it blue sea? I mean, what do they call it again?
whatever.
I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't. I've never even seen the guy in the news. Like, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on. But you're long Bagbara from underground though.
And your minister of the young guy from Ogun, what is his name? The Labour Obedient in the government. I saw
that one. I've not seen that one around in a while. We were trying to remember his name earlier on.
Yeah. I saw him
Bosu.
I saw him at the four. You know they are building more data centers in Atlanta. They have about 2 or 3 coming up. So it was at the launch.
Oh, okay.
Data center. So yeah. So well, I want him to do well. I hope he does well, but let me go to him. I'm like,
Okay, let me ask. Am I the only one feeling this way? I mean, am I?
You are
am I
the only
crazy?
one. You are feeling that way because you have been.
let me tell you what's going on.
Rational mind too much.
Let me tell you what is going on here. I think it's the mindset. I think he has an investor mindset, and you know, if as an investor you speculate a lot, you forecast. Okay, if A is plus B is equal to C. So when you see a fund, when you see the government policy, then you make a move. That's the way he sees things. So I understand where it's coming from. Where okay, as an investor, you see things differently. So I think it's just the mindset that he has. Maybe that's why it's different from people and other people on the platform. Am I right on that? Okay,
you're right, but I just don't want to feel weird. Like, am I crazy? Am I?
No. You're not. Don't mind one man. You're not. I see what you're saying.
No, I don't see what he said. It wants to make friends. Kulata is trying to make friends.
Oh,
friends.
One
of the biggest trolls.
He wants to make friends with those
our damages.
The raw meat eaters. You know, that's what he wants.
No.
And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? If he actually does that and it goes back there, they will just welcome him like, yeah, we've always loved you. You know, they just change all overnight and they will be your best friend. Just say Peter Obi is the best that ever happened.
Peter Obi is a phony.
Squarebass.
What is that? They don't want me to start off Peter Obi.
You know, he was asking them to go and probe this Ningi something. Even Ningi has backed out himself, but he's still, you know, ever the
woman the 30 better now.
But to the story, to what
rational mind today,
hold on, to what the Senate majority has said about, he described it as a civilian coup, and he brought up a very good point that I don't think people are even paying attention to. That in the history of Nigeria, at least this Fourth Republic, each time we've had the Senate president from the South, there's always been turmoil.
Oh yeah,
we played that here. Yes, that was Senator Bamidele, wasn't it?
Right. So you think it was a coup just to destabilize Akpabio's? Do you believe that, woman, or
what evidence do you have to that?
No, I believe there's a subterranean machination, some Macedonian, some Machiavellian movement by the English. They are bookies.
Subterranean. I mean, what are you people talking about?
I only asked the question. I'm not saying.
What's the issue? The issue is that there is a budget party. The guy is not saying that there are 2 budgets. What he is saying is that the 20-something trillion worth of budget that they made, that 3 trillion of, 3 point something trillion of it, you cannot link it to any project that they say they're going to do. what
Did
the
he
guy is talking about.
substantiate that? Did he substantiate that?
He said he has the evidence.
Did they present it?
Well, I mean, did you watch the floor? How the floor went?
I did.
How they were trying to silence him. They won't let him even speak. Even when he has to speak, by the same way the people do here. When they see the Obi'Dient or people that are against Tinubu, when they come here, they will start giving them wolves bars everywhere. Red light, left, right, and center. And so the point is, you see, the issue is this: you address the matter. What is the matter? I mean, now so many things were now coming to light now that they collected some money. Akpabio had about 20 billion worth of whatever on that in that budget, and we're now addressing all of these things. And all we can talk about is they're trying to say me. Look at how this, what's his name? This is a bigot. The bigot in chief in that Rock. What's his name? This Premium Times guy. What's that his name? That's that. I was saying that. Ononuga. When he was saying that, he was spinning the whole thing, making it look like it's now North versus South. And that was the same thing repeated in Bamidele himself was also repeating. You see, when people are devoid of ideas, I mean, you yourself, you alluded to it, Kulata. You said you don't even understand what these people are doing. I mean, what actually brought me in when you and Babati were having this conversation about blue chip or whatever, blue sea economy or whatever crap the Tinubu were created, and we're not even hearing anything from that space. You'll be using high-sounding words just to cover your shenanigans. I mean, the point is this: is that they are now making it look like it's North versus South. Or because Tinubu is suddenly we realize that Tinubu is the Western candidate, is a Western man. I mean, he's a Yoruba man. I mean, come on. Face the issue. Talk about the issues. These are people who really wants to work for the people. Rather than start coloring. Because when they don't have any idea, they start resorting to insults and resorting to some or English or pedestrian, whatever. You see, the point is this: that I've said it. Tinubu is going nowhere with this government. This is not swear. The way the whole structure is stacked against him in that country, either he is part of it that created it, or he made the ones that have been there even before he ever dreamed of becoming president. I mean, the point is that until he goes back to the very basic, the very elementary of that, what really made us as a country in the first place, is not going anywhere. He would do the same until when just like the Bubu did and another 4 years or 8 years of our life, if he had another second time, would be wasted again, making 16 years of APC wasting our life, despite the one that PDP did. So the point is this: is that I don't see if these people do not cut this bigotry of everything. You have to spew it under the guise of ethnic. Oh, they hate Akpabio and they don't want Akpabio to succeed. They're trying to. I mean, what why don't you talk about the issue? Okay, this guy, bring that thing you say you have. Bring it. Let us talk about it. Okay, you have 5 billion. You have how much? This and that. Let us talk about it. No, they don't want to talk about it. Bamidele was saying that we should wait until when they do it. If they don't do it, then we know. I mean, after when they've left office, when they did not finish a project or they don't do any project, they left the Senate. Is that where we start using EFCC to start chasing them? The ones that did not do their own, how many are they arrested? Among all the project money that Bubu gave, the one Wasondo gave, the one that Jugulo Jonathan gave to them, how many of them have done their own constituency projects? How many of them that EFCC has arrested and prosecuted successfully? You see, the point is this: we need to nip something in the bud from when it should be nipped in the bud. I don't even know why they're even giving them. These are lawmakers. Their work is to go there and make laws for Nigeria. I don't know what's concerned with constituency project, if not because it's graft. They want to steal money. They want to
but
money.
rational mind, the kind of democracy we practice, there will always be what they call pork barrel in the US, so-called constituency project. In the US, they can't even remove it in the US. So it's just the kind of stupid democracy we practice. It will always be there.
Hold on, rational mind. Let's hear from Folly Bees, and then I'll take it to the. Then we'll take it to the back end. We'll shut it from the front, take it to the back end. the way we can really free flow. Folly, I will be now. Folly.
I just woke up, Joe.
Look at that. You could still hear all these bald-headed people making all this vacuous noise online. Yeah, I say, do these people actually have real jobs? What? Yeah,
No, it's not like that, my brother. Good evening, everyone. I mean, good morning, good afternoon, good what's it called? Wherever you are, bro.
Wherever you are, as per Nnamdi
what might actually woke somebody up from sleep to bypass somebody from Ogun State? It's ridiculous.
I wonder. It started with us, and we've not heard from him.
This anti-Ogun. I mean, go ahead.
Hey, Katie, over Ogun. Look at that. Yeah, possible.
How dare you?
So Foley, talk to us. What's going on in the news? What do you want to speak to? Do you want to speak to the food hubs being opened in Lagos, much to the chagrin of people like Rational Mind, or do you want to speak to us about this budget padding, much to the delight of people like Rational Mind?
Actually, I think at this particular junction that we find ourselves, I think silence should be the best answer for me now, because I don't even know what to say anymore.
Okay, speak to this. You might enjoy this. Your man is now in the warm embrace of his family. So we've been seeing images of Ashore all wrapped around by his wife and children. So you must be glad to have seen that.
Yeah, we're just happy for him. We're going back to go and see his family. We're happy for him. Because the guy I think he has spent more than enough. Someone can actually pay for his country. I think he has done the best anybody can do to save his country. But unfortunately for us, the followers, the take it back as the guy is not ready to leave the struggle for anybody. He still wants to come back.
I was hearing him saying he will be back very soon, and I thought, and that's the thing, for all of everything that is gone through in Nigeria,
what man?
More alive in Nigeria than
what man? Did you hear his wife? The wife said that she's going to burn his Nigerian passport. He doesn't want him coming back anymore. So why
any
bonfire for the Nigerian passport,
any wife will say that. Any wife will say that. When you are doing something and your family is paying the price by trying to manage what is going on, and the people you are even doing it for don't even see you as if you are doing anything. They throw the shit at you as if you are there to come and destroy their life. So any family, I hope you see his daughter's foil that the lady saw it. He said,
I hope Okpayemi burns his passport.
I wish they can
he doesn't
make
go back. I think that's enough. Honestly, on a serious note, I think that's enough.
You've done enough for 5 years of that's.
Not even almost 30 something years. That guy has been doing this for the past 30 something years.
Yeah, but the thing is, Foley, that's where he feels the most. That's where he feels the most alive. It doesn't feel alive in New York, wherever. Who knows him there? Who cares about him? The only place that he can have any, and he has a big ego as well. The only place that is here.
Mr. You think nobody knows him that place, and he's coming, and the whole city came around to welcome him.
Not the whole city. He made a 2 minute something on the news, on the local news, and they are turning it into.
But fully why though? No, hold on. Fully, why did they come out for him over this arrest? But once that is over, that's it. It's because of the wife. This is America now.
No. I think we don't follow this.
No. This guy.
Sorry, Babati, the wife she's been tying ribbons to a tree every single day.
That's what I'm saying.
So she's made a public display of it.
That's the reason they came out for him.
Do you know that before, when Shawara was arrested, that's the same way people came out for him to pray for him every Friday.
Because of the
That
wife and
community.
children. Fully, we Americans were
No,
telling
not only his wife and children. You can see the picture now. They have been coming out to pray for him every Friday.
Hold on, listen, hold on. If he was, if Showore was single and didn't have kids and children, they would not. You wouldn't see that crowd in America coming out for.
And I will tell you, there is not anywhere Showore will live that will not. You will not see his impact.
Okay, can you explain to fully what I'm talking about here?
Okay, Babati.
I know what you are saying.
Babati, I know. All right, let me just shut up. But what you're saying is correct, Babati, and it's from inside info. I know them.
Only they are only there because of the children and the wife. That's why they come out to support him. If it was not for the family unit, they would not come on now. We know.
Why are you so sure that because of the
one thing you people don't know is
why are
this.
you so sure? Why are you people
This guy,
because let me just say,
One voice.
Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko. She has gone wide to the press, to the local politicians, to many places. She's reached out. She's created the necessary awareness for him, especially when it initially happened. And she kept the pace.
Hold on, Dukulata, right here. So who is a media mogul?
It's a family.
Who is a media practitioner who is well known within the media circle in the United
in Nigeria.
In America,
the headquarters of his organization is
this
in
conversation.
The headquarters of his media house is in US.
Hold on, hold on. It's not a media mogul in America. It's a media because his platform is a Nigerian platform. No matter where
is in America.
But is he reporting American news?
He's not reporting, but they know him. He's playing an important role within the American media circle too.
What role? What role is he playing?
He's a member of the many organizations, media organization. Association,
wherever they're having their anniversary, they used to present Showore as one of their guest speakers. I'm talking about international telco, not Nigeria. Showore we used to be their guest speakers. So when you guys talk here as if it's nothing, he has never had any value to himself, he has never made any impact. I just smile.
Johnny, we're not saying it's nobody, but we cannot how do I say, we cannot say what the wife has done and say it's not of any importance. Yeah, the wife did a lot. He himself said it. When it was, I think, one of the CBS reports on his homecoming and everything. He was saying my wife had a very active role in my coming back, and I was saying they were showing that when she was placing those ribbons.
That if Nigeria government they won't have arrested him. They turn his wife to another Nigeria political activist.
Emma promoting your Juboshi Walo. I mean, we know how this kind of things goes on.
What we are saying is that
please let them continue.
Showore's personality, and his activism that took him to prison.
Okay.
He had his wife up.
But you know it's not a US citizen.
Hold on now.
You're not a US citizen.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. I'll be shutting down in about 5-10 minutes. So I'm going to send the link again. Anybody that wants to be in the back end, you can come in now. But 5-10 minutes, I'll shut it down. I'll carry on.
Yeah, the activism that took him to prison brought his wife to limelight. Nobody knew his wife before.
Ajanle Koko, she's not the person that wants to be known.
Hold on now. No, so she's a person that she's a low-key person. But what I'm saying, the imprisonment of his husband brought him out to start fighting for the release of the husband. So it's Showore's that impacted that responsible for that move that she made while he was in prison, that took her to so many places, senators,
That's our husband. She's fighting for her husband, Ajale Koko. If you know her, you won't be saying all this stuff.
I think we should be tired of all these basketballs this time around. I'm not even ready for that. So
Just
even like,
them, but let's forget all this attribution that's not necessary.
Yes, call him whatever you want to call him.
I don't
even ready to praise anybody here. I'm not even ready to praise anybody. But what I know is this guy. What I know is somebody.
Tinubu ló build the Lagos State. Tinubu ló gbé gbogbo master plan. Baba
Jalego, I'm not even here to be anybody guy. I'm only speaking to what I've known. This guy has paid more than price that anybody can pay in his own life for his country. He has paid more than that. So if anybody see it, and if you you don't see it, to hell with anybody. Nigeria will remain what it is. We will continue killing our prophets till we get it right. Wherever anybody is supposed to come out and speak for us, they will see us as if we are not serious. Most of them will be keeping quiet. They won't come out, and our problem continue. That's all.
We're not saying that Shiwer did not play any role. We're not saying, but you see,
he didn't even play any role. He didn't even play any role. To hell with him. Go and die.
The point is this. We cannot say what the wife and the children, what they had to, because mind you, Shiwer is not a U.S. citizen. Only the wife, the kids.
Which he has opportunities to.
What opportunity are you talking about?
What does that mean? But it's not.
He said he deliberately refused to agree.
Deliberately not to do that.
No, that's not what we're saying. Oh God, dude.
Fully. Hold on. For the point that the response from the government is because of the wife and the kids.
Yeah, why are
that's
the kids?
What we are saying. Not because that. That guy. Hold on. Hold on. And will not be known. Father Bale, we are Americans, so we are telling you things. In America, we know the way they see women and children compared to the man. That's not the way it is. The American citizen is not. If he was a single guy with no kids and he has no American citizenship, they won't give a shit about him. He can have all the media stuff he wants. It's because of Okoyemi and the kids. That's the reason why they took interest in his case. All right, that's good.
No, arguing back. What is that?
All right. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I think I just said this. I'm not arguing with you guys. I'm not even ready to argue with anybody here.
One man.
Yes. Hold on.
One thing very quickly. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Just give me 1 microsecond. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. So that's Alexander Gomez right there. Olatunbosun or Oshunlete. So there's Bosun right there. Ayo, as of course, we often mention yet again. There's Crown right there. Chioma digs into our pause. That's Chioma and One Niger, the last entrance into that space. So thank you for us. So thank you everyone. We'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you everyone. See you.